the Sergeant at Arms please get the delegates into the hall, please? We're going to try to get this session started on time this morning. This is the last day and we've got a lot of business to take care of. Please come to order. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning we're privileged to have with us, to bring the invocation, the Reverend Allen Johnson, pastor of St. Paul's Methodist Church in Laurel, Mississippi, who is no stranger to many of you. He attended and did the same duty at our last convention on the Gulf Coast. He's a black man that believes in what the labor movement is trying to do in this state. He's been a strong supporter of our movement. And any time that we need any assistance from him in some of our endeavors to organize unorganized workers, he's always available. It's been a real pleasure to have been associated with this gentleman in years in the past. And with those few words at this time, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you the Reverend Allen Johnson of Laurel, Mississippi. Reverend Johnson.
Will we bow our heads for a moment in prayer? Oh God, we are grateful for work, hard work, toil with our hands, toil with our minds. We're thankful for a tired feeling at the end of a long day. We realize that we can miss in the dust and grime of toil and feel a sense of accomplishment. Heavenly Father, give us understanding and courage to serve Thee in our daily work. May we always put personality before profit. Keep ever before us our responsibility to serve Thee by serving our fellow men. Grant that we shall be diligent, creative, radiant workmen, knowing that whatever our job may be, our vocation is Thy kingdom. We are thankful for the opportunity to earn a living and to make the world a better place in which to live. Thou hast come in Thy Son Jesus into our world to become one with men who work. We are thankful that our Savior was also one who knew what it meant to work, even as a woodsman working in a carpenter's shop, and one who spent his energy on the hillsides of Galilee in preaching and teaching and healing. Forgive us for our love of ease and self-satisfaction, our laziness, our unwillingness at times to shoulder our share of the world's work. Make us eager to become laborers together with Thee in Thy great work, O Lord God, our Redeemer. Pray a special prayer for the closing hours of this great convention. Crown all of its efforts with success. In Thy Son's name we pray. Amen. I want to read a few verses of scripture here from the book of the preacher. To everything there's a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven, a time to be born, and a time to die, a time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to break down and a time to build up, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones together, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing, a time to get and a time to lose, a time to keep and a time to cast away, a time to rend and a time to sow, a time to keep silence and a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, a time of war and a time of peace. What profit has he that worketh in it wherein he laboreth? I've seen the travail which God hath given to the sons of men to be exercised in it. He has made everything beautiful in his time. Also he has set the world in their heart. So no man can find out the work that God maketh from the beginning to the end. I know that there's no good in them, but for a man to rejoice and to do good in his life, and also that every man should eat and drink and enjoy the good of his labor, it is a gift of God to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Is a gift of God. Men who labor are smiled upon by God. As we come to this great convention, I feel somewhat like the unofficial chaplain. I've been with you for some 3 or more years. And as we think about labor and think about this great state of ours, I was reminded the other day as I looked at the $600 million highway program that is so badly needed in our state. And last evening, as we had our meal together with many of the lawmakers of our state, the conversation at many of the tables dealt with highways and toll roads and many things. But I thought about my father, who was a Methodist minister, and our next speaker this morning is a good Methodist from Atlanta, where we'll be holding our general conference. But my father came up during the days when we had no good roads, no good transportation, no automobiles. They had many trains running in every direction in Mississippi, and he'd been assigned to a small charge in the rural someplace. And the delegate at that conference, his steward, said to him, "Reverend, I'll meet you on Saturday when you come." For the ministers rode the trains to their appointments mainly those days. But when the man returned home, he found that he could not meet his preacher. And he wrote my father and said, "I can't meet you. Circumstances beyond my control will prevent my being there. But Reverend, when you arrive at the depot, if you look across the track, you'll find a horse, a mare, with a saddle on it. And so you just get in the saddle and stay in the saddle. Don't worry, the horse may take you over the hills and through the valley and through the water, but stay in the saddle. It will bring you home." Sometimes as I look at our desire to go home, not our heavenly home right now, but homes where we can have a decent living, standard homes with running water, where we can go home where there's enough food, where men can have dignity, home where we can have a better life, the abundant life that Jesus came to give us. Then I say to those of us that represent labor, if we're to have this type of better living conditions here in Mississippi, a home where we can have the bacon, not just water and bread, but milk and cake, then you got to stay in the saddle. You just can't abandon the saddle. You can't lead a ship. You got to stay with organized labor, because this is the only way we can have decent homes. This is the only way we can have the kind of a living that you want and I want, that all of God's people need. And I would urge you this morning that we stay in the saddle. I would not dare close without saying one word about our president who has been reelected. For these are trying days in Mississippi, and we need men who know how to stand tall. When I think about Claude Ramsey, I think about Nehemiah in the Bible, the Old Testament, who had it made, so to speak. He was with the establishment. He ate from the king's table. He was a part of the power structure. But one day in the marketplaces, he heard a familiar language, a dialogue that represented his home from which he came. And he began to talk with these people. And he found out that there was trouble in the land. That things were not going as well as they ought. Walls had been torn down. Gates had been burned. Trouble all around. Walls of communication needed to be reestablished and built. Nehemiah went back, and the king said, something wrong. Your countenance doesn't look right. He told the king his story. King gave him leave and men and material to build. It's not easy to build. It's not easy to build walls. It's not easy to build communication. It's not easy to build organization of people working together. Nehemiah kept on building, sometime with a tool in one hand and a weapon in the other. They said to him, why don't you come down? Why don't you stop building the wall? For what you're building won't stand. Even if a fox run against it, it will fall. But Nehemiah had a belief that he was building a fellowship, for the men and the women had a mind to work. And he kept on building. You know what he said? He said, I'm doing a good work, and I can't come down. When I think about what organized labor is doing in Mississippi, and what Claude Rams is doing to better race relations in Mississippi, I say to you, and I say to all of us, he's doing a great work, and we can't let him come down.
Thank you very much, Reverend. I guess probably I should have had you on yesterday morning before the election. I do appreciate those very fine remarks and the fact that you were able to take out time enough to be with us here this morning and bring us not only the invocation, but those fine words of inspiration. Before I bring on the next speaker, I have an announcement to make. Brother Bob Thomas, chairman of the Education, Cope, and Legislative Committee, advises me he'd like for that committee to meet with him for just a few minutes outside in one of the parlors. Parlor B, I think, probably is available. Members of the Legislative, Cope, and Education Committee, I understand he has one matter yet needs to be decided or acted upon by that committee. And I'll read the names of the committee in case you might have forgot that you was on that committee. The committee consists of Robert Thomas, W.J. Rainey, Harvey Metzger, Nell Lyon, Callie Woodward, Darla Paulette, I believe, Poteet, Richard D. Tanner, G.H. Knight, Jane Sistrunk, Russell Kelly, Rex Womack, E.M. Grantham, Quentin Talley, J.D. Wright, D.C. Barden, and Frank Lewis. Will you please meet with Brother Thomas outside for just a few minutes? Now, this is the final day, and it's important that we move as fast as we can, because we still have considerable business yet to take care of, in addition to hearing from some very important people. So if those people will retire from the hall for just a few minutes and come back as soon as you can. This morning we honored to have with us the Honorable Henry Hutner, Regional Director of the U.S. Department of Labor, whose headquarters is in Atlanta, Georgia. I understand that the Department of Labor has been reorganized up to a point, and that the department now is organized in various and sundry regions. And Mr. Hutner is here as director of one of those regions. And I'm sure he has some very important information as well as some remarks that you'd like to hear this morning. So with those few remarks, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you this morning the Honorable Henry Hutner, Regional Director of the U.S. Department of Labor. Mr. Hutner.
President Ramsey, delegates and guests, this is a new experience for me. I've appeared before many AFL-CIO meetings in my 31 years with the U.S. Department of Labor at the time that I was with the Wage and Hour Division. Okay. The last time I'm sorry I didn't ask, you know, the last time I was appearing before a group on the Wage and Hour Law, and I made the mistake of asking if they could hear me, and someone in the back indicated they were having difficulty, and some joker down in front said, I'll be glad to trade seats with you. I don't like what I'm hearing anyway. A little closer. My previous appearances, I've always talked about the Fair Labor Standards Act, the Davis-Bacon Act, the Equal Pay Act, and the thrust of my talk has been to request your cooperation in giving us complaint material and enforcing the laws and offering to be of service. This is my first appearance before an AFL-CIO group since I became Regional Director of the overall Department of Labor. And I hope there will be many more appearances because I never tire of the opportunity to appear before a group like this, which is just as dedicated as we feel we are in the Labor Department to improving the welfare of the American worker. As Regional Director, I'm responsible for the coordination of the Department of Labor activities in the 8 southeastern states, from Kentucky to Florida and North Carolina to Mississippi. And one of the things I do is report on evaluation and field effectiveness of the Department of Labor in these 8 states. Last night, talking with delegates, I learned of some problems in connection with the Davis-Bacon Act, the Construction Industry Stabilization Committee, manpower training programs, and as soon as I get back to Atlanta, I hope to do something about straightening those out. Now, you know as well as I the 3 main areas of the Department of Labor's jurisdiction, the labor market, the bargaining table, and the workplace. So I'm not going to bore you with a recital of our programs. There's some good literature in the back on almost every one of our programs. I hope that if you haven't taken any of it, that you will go by those tables and pick up some material. Instead, I want to talk a short time on the major actions on behalf of the American worker by the Nixon administration in the last 3 years. The first one, I think, and was alluded to yesterday in great detail, the first job safety and health legislation in the nation's history. I think you can all remember how long it was that the only way the federal government could get involved in safety was under the Walsh-Healy Public Contracts Act. An employer had to have a contract in excess of $10,000 to produce materials, articles, supplies, or equipment. If so, he had to meet certain safety standards. If he didn't have a contract, then the federal government had no jurisdiction. This act gives us the tools now to reduce the toll of 14,000 occupational deaths per year that were occurring before this law became effective. Sir, I hope that you will help all you can to reduce that. I particularly like what President Ramsey said yesterday after the state representative of the health department spoke and indicated that they were making a determined drive to qualify under the law to administer it through state auspices on a basis at least as effective as the federal legislation. I like what President Ramsey said. He said, we'll be watching you, and if you're not doing a good job, we'll contact the feds. If they don't do a good job, well then we'll take some other action. So that this is what we want. If the job isn't being done, we sure hope you'll let us know about it. Another significant action in the last 3 years is the successful championing of the most extensive improvement of unemployment compensation in the last 25 years. This improvement added 5 million people to the unemployment insurance system. It increased the minimum benefit levels and provided 13 weeks of additional coverage for anyone that was thrown out of work. Here in Mississippi, we're down now to 1 employee coverage, which is the way it should be, and which means that for practical purposes, unemployment insurance now is virtually universal. Another important action in the last 3 years has been consistently expand the scope and budget for worker training. The goal here is simple: train people for employment and help them find jobs. Now, this takes a bit of doing. We've been attacking the problem with more money, new technology, better management, and smarter ideas. Here in Mississippi, the latest figures I have, your unemployment rate is 4.2. Now, the closest comparable figure to that on a national basis is 6.4, so that while you're in good shape, certainly 4.2 is too high, and we need to do more and better and work on that. If welfare reform passes, the Department of Labor may be given a chance to find jobs for millions of welfare recipients and the working poor. I can't cover all our manpower efforts, but I want to mention a few problems. One of these, a continuing and very important one, is to provide jobs, more and better jobs, for blacks and other minorities. There's been progress here. I think we need to do better. This is a job that we all must work on during this entire decade. We in the Labor Department are serious about it, and I can tell from the convention here that you are too. I know you're doing your part. We'll do our best to do ours. Another tough job is to provide employment opportunities for our young people. The unemployment rate for youngsters, 16 and 17, is now 4 to 5 times as high as that for adults. It's been this way for 10 years. This makes it tough for the young people to get into the labor force. And it's time we do something about it, something fundamental. One of the things we think should be done and would be most useful is to establish a youth differential in the minimum wage. I know some of you may not think much of this idea. I hope you'll take another look. We believe the differential will help bridge the rough hurdle from school to work. Another difficult problem is finding jobs for returning veterans. Unemployment is a poor way, really an intolerable way, to welcome back those who have gone through rugged Vietnam duty. These men have borne the burden of fighting. They risked their lives and given part of their life to serve their country. They deserve a lot more than the unemployment line when they return. And I know you are just as determined as we are to see that they get an opportunity, that they don't have that unemployment line staring them in the face. We have some new initiatives in this. All government agencies, all government contractors must list job openings with the employment service, the state employment services. This means up to 10 million new job listings. The National Alliance of Business is pledged to find 100,000 jobs for returning veterans. 1/3 of all the Emergency Employment Act jobs recently passed by Congress last August were earmarked for veterans. We need lots of help on this one, and I know we can count on it from you and your on-the-job training programs, your apprenticeship programs, job development programs, and all the many other ways in which you can give the veterans a boost. You may be interested in the extent of manpower programs funded through Labor Department, through labor organizations such as yours on a national basis. In the year ending June 30, 1969, it was nearly $12 million funded through labor organizations. It had risen to over $14 million for the year ending June 30, 1970. It had gone to $21,600,000 last year, and by June 30 of 1972, I suspect the figure will be near 25 million or 30 million. It's on the way up. We're working together, I feel, on a big scale. Now, another achievement in the last 3 years is interfering less with collective bargaining than any administration in a decade. From the president on down, this administration believes firmly in free collective bargaining. Like many of our institutions, including the church and a number of other things, collective bargaining is under attack today. We better believe it. A way must be found to make it work better, not provide a substitute for it. Its essential voluntary, private nature must be preserved. This means working out machinery to bring bargainers closer together, not further apart. The Crippling Strikes Prevention Act, designed to deal with emergency disputes in the transportation industries, is now before Congress. It has an idea known as final offer selection, designed to encourage collective bargaining. Since this concept has been erroneously described as just another form of compulsory arbitration, I'd like to talk about it a little. The possibility of arbitration as a predictable final step tends to hamper collective bargaining. On the other hand, final offer selection does not. It encourages the parties to reach settlement on their own. Let's take a look at compulsory arbitration. Here you have a neutral party who looks at the position of each side and comes up with a decision. Usually this decision in some way splits the difference between the parties. What does a bargainer do when he knows compulsory arbitration is down at the end of the line? Naturally, he takes an extreme position, a remote position, and hangs on with all his skill and might. He concludes the less he gives, the more he will get when his case finally comes to arbitration. Thus, compulsory arbitration encourages position taking rather than true collective bargaining. Final offer selection does exactly the reverse. Here you have a procedure where bargainers know that in the end, the most reasonable final offer will be selected without change. There's no splitting the difference. It's an either-or situation. Either your final offer is chosen or the other fellow's is. So you as a bargainer know that your position stands or falls on its reasonableness. You know your ultimate goal may well involve attracting a neutral party or parties to your position, and your position alone, not any of the splitting the difference. So you use all your problem-solving skills in an effort to be reasonable. In our judgment, this effort to establish reasonable final positions can't help but improve the collective bargaining process. However, keep in mind, this is only being proposed in the transportation industries where, frankly, the public just won't tolerate the long, extensive strikes of the kind we've had in the last few years. Still another activity on behalf of the working man in the last 3 years, and one close, I think, to the hearts of many of you, is the development of an effective construction industry stabilization committee with full labor participation and support. You only have to go back to late 1970 to where the public was crying for the scalps of construction industry labor leaders and construction industry management leaders. Now the industry is well respected, it's growing. I submit that the Construction Industry Stabilization Committee is the basis for the new thrust that the construction industry has going. And of course, that's one reason, I think, why your unemployment rate here is better than the national average, because there is a lot of construction going on in Mississippi. Another action, and I hope there are some representatives of federal employee unions here, because for the first time we now have a definitive basis for federal employee representation rights, grievance, and even dispute settling. One of the first endeavors in 1969 was to update the presidential executive order covering federal labor relations. Nothing had been done in this area since 1962. Representation questions abounded. Several confusing categories of federal employee representation existed. Procedures for clarifying representation questions were non-existent. Such standard private sector labor relation ingredients as unfair labor practice procedures and grievance arbitration were non-existent in the federal system. In the revised order, we incorporated a number of reforms capitalizing on lessons learned from the private sector. I think federal employees now have at least a bit more of the substance of real bargaining. From the rate of growth of federal employee unions and the elections and negotiations going on, I think the executive order is really working. Another activity, one that I've been identified for many years with, is the employment standards area, the effective implementation of the Equal Pay Act using wage arm machinery. I'm certainly glad that there are so many women here. I know that you believe as well as the rest of us in the concept of equal pay for equal work. This principle of a rate for the job, regardless of sex within the same establishment, is really is just about universally accepted. Wage and hour investigators have sharpened their techniques and I think are finding more and clearing up minimum wage and overtime violations than ever before. The Age Discrimination in Employment Act is getting some test cases behind it. I'm sure you've noticed that newspaper want ads no longer make reference to age in a way to discriminate against those in the protected group between 40 and 65. The gathering of wage data in the field for Davis-Bacon wage determinations should enable us to get them out quicker, more accurate determinations, and certainly help the contracting officers in seeing that the interpretations or the determinations are enforced. If you have any problems on these, I certainly hope you'll get in touch with me. I could easily list some additional actions, but in the interest of time, I want to shift to a couple of laws that are pending that I think are of real benefit to you. First, in the area of private pension plans, over 4 million retired workers are now receiving benefits from private plans. About $7 billion a year is being paid out annually through private plans. More than $140 billion has been accumulated by these plans to pay retirement benefits in the future. These billions have tempted a few unscrupulous operators to abuse their positions, and neither state nor federal law is now adequate to deal with such situations. For example, in one case, a small trust fund put 90% of its assets into loans to the corporation that established the fund, and then the corporation went bankrupt. In another case, 5 trustees received fees in excess of $300,000 for a single year. Each year, somewhere around 1% of all pension plans are terminated. In some instances, employees are lucky if they get a fraction of the benefits they expected. I think we'll all recall that when Studebaker shut down its car building operations in the United States in the 50s, workers with over 20 years of service received only 15 cents for each dollar of accrued pension rights. In other instances, where you have a company merger and there's a strong company involved, of course, pension rights are preserved. Unfortunately, we just don't have much data on the extent of benefit losses due to plan terminations. The President has proposed legislation to protect workers' pension funds from irresponsible management or abuse. This far-reaching proposal would make it easier for employees to qualify for pension benefits and to take their benefits rights with them after a period of long service with an employer. Another bill I think you should watch carefully, the welfare reform bill. The key thrust of this bill is that going on welfare should not be more profitable than going to work. We need to bring under control this system, which has become a suffocating burden on state and local taxpayers. Finally, let me see if I can characterize my job as the Southeastern Regional Director of the Labor Department for you. If it's anything, I'm accessible. I'm anxious to develop a flow of two-way information to find out what you're thinking, find out how our programs can be improved, what your needs are, to tell you what the Labor Department is thinking, to discuss our mutual concerns. In short, I welcome consultation with and feedback from you. For example, if any of you can get a group together and want a representative of the Occupational Safety and Health Act Administration to meet with you and explain the law, to define workers' rights, to get into the safety field, be sure to let me know. If any of you are interested in becoming a safety officer with the U.S. Department of Labor, I hope that you'll get in touch with me on that, because we are going to be doing some recruiting in this field, probably shortly after July 1. I think all of us these days feel that we're caught up in a changing world. I know the Labor Department is changing. New programs, new responsibilities, new attitudes towards work and the worker, the welfare of workers. I suspect you find your own organizations are changing in much the same way. New tasks, new responsibilities opening up in front of you. I don't suppose either of us has all the answers, but I hope we can find many of them together. And if we in the Labor Department can do anything to help, we stand ready to do it. I do want to tell you that I'm pleased and proud to have had this chance to be with you. And I want to wish you the best of luck, not only during the rest of the convention, but for all the days of the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hutner. Might say that we are very appreciative of your appearance here this morning. I made a couple of notes while you were making your address, and I want to assure you of one thing, that we will probably be calling on you to see how much more money you can make available to us for some of the programs that we already have going on in the state. And as far as manpower training is concerned, we have 3 different organizations in that field already. We don't have enough money to operate either 3 yet, and we hope that we can get a good word out of you for some additional money for those projects. And of course, I'm sure you recognize the fact that there is some disagreement on the part of the labor movement concerning the ideas of this administration about compulsory arbitration in certain fields. But we can still have differences of opinion and still be friends. So we are appreciative of your appearance here this morning. You're invited to spend as much time with us as you see fit, but if you do have to leave, we'll understand why. Thank you very much. Now, we're going to deviate just a minute from the scheduled program, and while we deviate, we'd like to ask the escort committee to get themselves ready outside to bring in our next speaker that shows up on the program, Mr. Norman Hill. Brother L.D. Clark, the president of the Meridian Council, brought one of his representatives up to the podium with him a few minutes ago and wanted to introduce him to you. He's proud of the fact that he has 2 union members from Lauderdale County in the House of Representatives. So at this time, I'm going to ask Brother Clark to introduce to you the representative that he has with him, and if the representative would like to have a couple of words to say, that'll be all right too, Brother Clark.
Thank you, Claude. Yesterday afternoon, I had the pleasure of bringing one of our union members who's in the legislature. Let y'all meet him. Today, I have the pleasure of having another one to drop in with us. We're lucky enough over there to have two of our union members into the state legislature. We're thinking about passing some kind of a resolution or something over there. They got to have a union card to join. What do y'all think about that? To run for the race. Anyhow, at this time, I'd like to introduce to you Representative Tommy Horn from Meridian.
Thank you, LD. You didn't tell me last night that you were going to ask me to get up before this distinguished body, but it's a pleasure to be here with you for a few moments today. I've been in the labor movement for quite some time. I've been carrying a card for almost 15 years now, and it does my heart good to see this number turned out. I believe Mr. Clark said we had over 300 here, so possibly we'll have a new age dawning in Mississippi in regards to labor and labor representation and us being able to achieve our rightful place among our state and our state government. LD mentioned the fact that possibly we could introduce a resolution in the House that you had to carry a union card before you could run for the House of Representatives. I doubt if we'll ever see that day come. Of course, I don't think it would be a bad idea. I just want to stop by for a few minutes and tell you that I'm glad to see you here, and I want you to know that your goals, aims, and desires are the same as mine. And any time that I can help the people in the labor movement in the House of Representatives, I'll be more than glad to. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Woodley. Brother Horn has advised me, for the benefit of those of you out of the Building Trades Committee, from the Building Trades organizations, that a bill that was introduced that in our opinion would have been detrimental to certain segments of the trades has died in committee. I'm sure all of you will be happy over this fact. And for the benefit of the other members of the trades, especially those on the Gulf Coast, I've agreed to set up a meeting with representatives of the building trades groups on the Gulf Coast, with members of the Gulf Coast delegation, as soon as we can find the time to discuss this problem that apparently they want to deal with. But we don't want any legislation introduced in this area unless it meets the approval of the trades that will be directly affected by it. Will the escort committee please now escort into the convention hall our next speaker, the Honorable Norman Hill. And while the committee is bringing the guests to the podium, I'd like to request that those people on the union label program get themselves prepared to come to the podium immediately after he finishes his address. This not only includes Miss Sarah Broom, but also the gentleman that's going to give away the 2 automobile tires. We want him up here also at the same time. Where's our speaker? Well, we're privileged to have with us this morning another old friend who has spent a lot of time in our state assisting the trade union movement, in the field of voter registration and voter education. He is the assistant director of the A. Philip Randolph Institute, which is more or less sponsored by the AFL-CIO. The primary function of the A. Philip Randolph Institute, as I view it, is to make sure that the black members of this movement understand what their proper role is, that we expect them to perform the same duty in the black community to provide the proper kind of leadership to the black citizens of this state that we expect out of the white trade unionist to do the same thing in the white community, thereby putting together a coalition of forces that will be effective in the election of the right kind of people to office. And you have already heard from some of those people at this convention. You've already been advised that we have been successful in electing a coalition, or at least a majority, to both houses of the legislature, that we have a friendly governor and a friendly lieutenant governor. And the reason that this has come about is because of the fact that we have had the help of people like Norman Hill and Fannie Neal, who is also on the podium this morning. And with those remarks, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you my friend and your friend, Brother Norman Hill. Brother Hill.
Thank you very much to Claude Ramsey, Tom Knight, officers of the Mississippi AFL-CIO, and fellow delegates. I'm beginning to come to Mississippi so often it's almost like home, because I see so many familiar faces. But what I want to say this morning to you is something I hope will make sense to all of us, because our bread and butter is on the line as never before. We face the very existence of the labor movement that you struggled so many years to build here in Mississippi. Our very existence is on the line, whether or not we continue to have an effective, strong labor movement that can represent the interests fairly of all working people. That's what's at stake this year, 1972. And let me say a few words about the A. Philip Randolph Institute, where we stand, what kind of role we can play working together with you right here in the state of Mississippi. We were founded in 1964 with three things in mind. A. Philip Randolph, our president and leader, the highest elected black official in the trade union movement, an organizer and fighter for the rights of all people for 60 years or better, is 83 years young this month. Our executive director, Bard Rustin, has been a fighter for civil rights for some 30 or more years. And I'm pleased to announce that after suffering a heart attack, he's well on his way to recovery, which I hope is good news for us and bad news for Richard Nixon. But our basic objective is to work within the labor movement to improve and strengthen unions. Now, that's not a strange thing to say before an audience like this, but it is a kind of strange and unusual thing to say for those who would criticize us and know very little about the labor movement. Because the story that they try and spread these days is that the labor movement is by, of, and for white workers only. That the labor movement's real role is to protect the interests of white workers against the long-over push for justice from black people coming from below. That there is an inevitable, unavoidable clash between black and white working people. Well, first of all, we don't buy that. We don't believe that. And this convention proves that the labor movement is for all workers, black and white, just as I look out at this audience. Secondly, we know, based on our own day-to-day bread and butter experience, that if you got a union card and you happen to be black, you earn 50% more than that worker who doesn't have a union card. So if for no other reason than that, we believe in the labor movement, for good bread and butter reasons. Now we know the labor movement is not perfect, that there are problems within it. Yes, there's still discrimination in some areas of the trade union movement. But the difference between Brother Randolph and those who would be our critics is this. He's fought the very discrimination that he experienced, but not to weaken and destroy the union, but to make the union a more effective, more militant vehicle that could fairly represent the interests of all working people, black and white. And we see as a major resource for doing that the black trade unionists within the labor movement. They make up 15% of the organized labor movement. Some 2.5 to 2.75 million members of organized labor in this country are black. And so we come to our second objective. What do we stand for? We stand for those common economic and social programs that are going to bring all working people together. They're going to benefit working people, poor people, and minorities. Full employment at decent wages and working conditions. Decent housing that all of us can afford. Quality integrated education for all of our children. National health insurance. The kinds of things that can make America what it ought to be. A decent place to live for everybody. But our problem is that these things don't really exist in the lives of all too many people. Our neighbors, our friends, our fellow workers. And therefore we still have a major struggle ahead of us, and that's where I come to our third objective. To try and make sure that these things actually exist in the day-to-day lives of people, we have to get involved in politics. That means registering to vote, because if we're not registered, we're not even to first base. It means educating ourselves about what the issues are, so we can use our votes wisely and intelligently. And it means getting out to vote on election day. But to do that, we have to build a majority movement that includes the labor movement, all of us, minorities, youth, and people of goodwill. We can't do it alone. Boyd Rustin calls that coalition politics. And that reminds me of a story. It may not be so appropriate after the results yesterday in Illinois, but let me tell it anyway. The story involves three people. The President of the United States, Richard Nixon, the former Attorney General who just resigned to run Richard Nixon's campaign, Mitchell, and the mayor of a very large Midwestern city. Some people think of him as Mayor Daley in Chicago. The three of them were coming back from an overseas trip, and their plane crashed right off the coast of the United States. Along came a life raft to rescue them and take them back to shore. Only problem was the life raft only had room for one person. The question who was the one person going to be? President Nixon, of course, said it ought to be me. I'm the highest elected official in the country. Attorney General Mitchell said no. I'm in charge of law enforcement. If I don't get back to Washington, D.C., there'll be chaos and the country will fall apart. Well, Mayor Daley thought and he thought and he thought. He obviously had no argument against either President Nixon or Attorney General Mitchell. And finally, he went back to his notion of coalition politics. And he proposed that they take a vote. For some strange and unusual reason, both Nixon and Mitchell agreed. And they voted, and the vote turned out to be 7-2 in favor of Mayor Daley. Well, that's one notion of coalition politics. But it is based on our ability to count. And if we bring and put together all of us, black and white, labor movement, youth, students, people of goodwill, we do have that majority on our side. And I'm hoping that we can build that kind of majority movement this year, and that President Nixon will again miscalculate as he did on that vote and lose the vote. That's what we need to have happen in 1972. Now, why do I come to you? Because I think all of you in this room have, based on your own experience, the know-how to make it pay off, the know-how to make politics work for working people. You know something about how to fight grievances because you do it in your local unions. You know something about how to organize people. That's how you built your own unions. You know something about how to make a speech, how to raise money. All these kinds of skills are needed in politics. And so what we ask you to do is to use that know-how both in your unions and in the community where you live for the labor movement and for our common program. Because if we do that, then we've got a chance to win in 72 for the people that are going to be responsible to our needs as working people. And that's why we come to you. Because you're the most reliable people, you're the guts and the heart of the trade union movement. Without you, there can be no effective trade union movement in the country. Now, what do we have to work with as we approach 1972? I think we've got some things that we haven't had before. And I want to talk about what they are and be very honest about them. First of all, something happened that made history in this country in 1970. Some of you know about it, but I think we ought to take time and spell it out. 1970 was the most important political year for black people in this country, almost in the history of the entire black struggle. That's a big statement to make, but why do I say it? I say it because of the facts of what happened in 1970. There were some 600 black candidates that ran for office. 300 of those 600 ran right here in the South. 114 of those 300 got elected to office. And that means the South today has more black elected officials than any other section of the country. That's history. That's political history. Furthermore, we saw for the first time in many, many years, in states like Alabama, where Fannie Neal is, blacks going to the state legislature. For the first time in 70 years, blacks in the state legislature in South Carolina. For the first time in 100 years, there are now 3 black congressmen who sit in the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C., who were elected from districts that are majority white, not black. That says something about the possibilities of unity in this country, because they got actually more white votes than black votes. They got a whole lot of black votes, true. Now, all of this means that 1970 was an extremely important year. And what it means, therefore, especially in national elections, but in many, many local and state elections, a candidate that's favorable and committed to the interests of working people, poor people, and minorities cannot be elected without the black vote. I don't mean that by that black people can do alone. We must be a part of a majority movement that includes all working people, black and white. But that's the new situation that we now face as we approach 1972. But that's not all we face, because we got a job to do in 1972. Do you know that between now and the year 2000, we have to build more public facilities, schools, housing, hospitals, for all Americans that have been built previously in the entire history of this country? In fact, we have to build a second America. And the question I want to ask you this morning is, under whose leadership and for whose benefit will we build that second America? Will we build into that second America more slums or decent housing for all Americans? Will we build into that second America rising unemployment as is going on now, or meaningful jobs with good pay for all working people? Will we build into that second America overcrowded, inferior, segregated schools, or quality integrated education for all of our children? Will we find new, more clever ways to exploit and divide and confuse people, or will we genuinely have a united America with an open, integrated society for everybody, a genuine democracy? Will we continue to have a situation in which the rich continue to get richer and the gap between working people and poor people gets wider and wider? Or we share the wealth and the resources fairly of this, the richest country in the world, for all people? Those are the questions that we will be determining in 72 in these elections. They'll be the gut questions, the real bread and butter questions for us as working people. And so I want to say to you this. 1972 is indeed a crucial year. It's a year in which we are confronting a genius in the White House. I can't remember a president in recent times that has done two things together and at the same time. One, lay more of us off so that we join the unemployment lines. And two, cause the price of living to go up and up, using a fancy term called inflation. So we have unemployment and inflation going on at the very same time. And we have a genius in the White House who's been able to do both things together. It's never happened before in recent history. Now, what does this mean? It means, therefore, that we need a candidate. Certainly the Randolph Institute nor National COPE don't have any one candidate right now that we're supporting. And so we're neutral. But we're neutral against the man in the White House, who's not our friend, not a friend of working people, poor people, and minorities. And what we need is a candidate who will stand tall and straight, and not talk out of both sides of his mouth, and be honestly for racial equality and economic justice together. Because you can't really have racial equality without economic justice. It means very little for the white-only signs to go down in the restaurant if many of us who are black and some of us who are white don't have the money to afford to pay for the meal. It means very little if we pass a law in the Congress of the United States, as we did in 1968, with the support of the labor movement, saying no more discrimination in the sale or rental of housing. And yet to find that much of the housing that's decent, even though it may have a no discrimination sign on it, costs too much for those of us who are working people to afford. That's a kind of hollow half victory. That's why we need both racial equality and economic justice together for all of us. We need a candidate who understands and will respond to the needs of working people. A candidate who will not say we solve problems like inflation by proposing a phony, one-sided wage price freeze in which the only thing that is frozen is our wages. Nothing else. No prices. And you can tell me better than I can because you know what the grocery store looks like when you shop there. No interest, no dividends, no rents. The only thing that's been frozen is our wages. Some of it's eventually supposed to trickle down to us. Who knows when? But we can't wait because we got families to feed, we got ourselves to support. And these are the gut issues in 1972. This is the kind of candidate that we need. And so therefore I come to you suggesting 5 things by way of conclusion. Number 1, seems to me that we first, in the labor movement, ought to be the most militant spokesman for integration, not just because some of us happen to believe in it in principle, because it makes good, practical common sense. We know from our own hard, bitter experience who wins when we get divided. Not us as working people. We lose. The rich and those who already have, they win under those circumstances. And our unions get weaker, not stronger. And the labor movement is weaker, not stronger in those circumstances. Now, this is not easy, because you have an awful lot of people that are trying to confuse and divide us. One of the questions they're raising is busing, to confuse and divide us. But let's look at that question just for a moment. We may have differing opinions on this. The AFL-CIO has a position for quality education for all children, for integrated education, for busing if it's linked with an improvement of the quality of education for all the children that are involved, not just some of them. That's the AFL-CIO position. But you look further at the facts. Do you know that right now, today at this very moment, 42% of the children in this country that go to public schools ride a bus for reasons that have nothing to do with integration? 42% right now, and for years have been doing that. Only about 2% are now being bused for purposes of integration. Do you know that in Alabama itself, there would be less busing by a few percentage points if we had integration of schools, less busing. The newspapers don't say that. Some of our politicians don't say that. But what we got to do is take a look at the facts in a very honest way. Furthermore, last week the President of the United States got on television. He announced that he had a major new program for the inner city schools. Now, that's a fancy term for what kind of schools, really? The fancy term for schools in large cities that are mostly black in terms of the students that go there. That's what he's really talking about. And he said he had a massive new program to raise the quality of education in those schools. But you have to look at the fine print, just like you have to look at what's really in the contract that the boss proposes. And what does the proposal really say? It says that there's no new money that he's proposing. So how can you have a massive new program without any money? Furthermore, last year he vetoed a bill to provide more education for students in all schools, black and white, that the labor movement fought for, leadership of your unions fought for, education associations fought for. So on the one hand, he proposes a massive new program with no money, refuses to make the pot bigger for all of us when we need more money for all of our children, and says that he's really committed to quality education. How can he be? The only way he can do what he says he's going to do is to kind of play a game with us. A game of musical chairs with money. To take money from somebody else and give it over here. And that game is calculated to further divide and confuse us. Because if he takes money from some schools in some areas and puts it in someplace else, those people and those students in those schools hurt. But the press doesn't tell us that. He doesn't really tell us the truth. And we've got to pay attention and know what the real issues are. That's why I say we have to be for integration, because that brings us together, doesn't divide and confuse us. That's how we build and make our union strong. Number two, 1970 and last year, a character by the name of Spiro the Zero Agnew went all over this country. He talked about law and order, crime. Very serious problem. But the way he talked about it seemed to say that the people who were really responsible for crime were young people, students, and blacks. What he really didn't say is the truth. That the people who are the greatest victims of crime are who? Those of us right here in this room. Working people, poor people, and minorities. It's we who are the greatest victims of crime. So obviously law and order is something that we're interested in, but law and order with justice. It's we who need the better street lighting. It's we who need better, more trained, adequately paid, sensitive police. But he doesn't talk that way. He just puts forward the slogan, scare and confuse people. Furthermore, number 3, we have to somehow bring together the have-nots and the have-littles in our society. Here again, something that Spiro Zero doesn't talk about. Yes, the welfare rolls are increasing. One of the reasons they're increasing is that more and more people are being laid off because of the grand economic strategy of President Nixon in the White House. It's also true that welfare rolls are a burden on us as working people because we pay too much of the tax burden in this country. That's a problem. So where does the money come from? Really for an effective law and order program. Really for an effective program to meet all the social needs of this country. Nixon or Agnew don't talk about that. They don't mention that there are 56 millionaires in this country who paid not a single penny in federal income taxes. You never hear them talk about that. They don't say that there are over 300 people who last year made $200,000 or more and yet paid not a single penny to the federal government in income taxes. I ask you, is that fair? We can bring the have-nots and the have-littles together around what kind of program? Around a program of tax justice. It says the haves and the rich have to pay their share of the social needs of all the people of this country. Four, somehow we got to stand up and make clear what's going on in terms of economics in our bread and butter way. We didn't cause the problem of inflation. It was caused by those who wanted to fatten their pocketbooks and get more and more profits. And yet there's nothing to make them pay for what they happen to cause in this country. We got to stand up and speak out against that kind of one-sided policy. Lastly, all these things are tied together because we become full-time political activists as never before. That doesn't just mean a few days before Election Day, because the other side never sleeps. They're not going to have any money problems this year. They can outspend us, they usually do. But the one thing that we have that they don't have, we have people like yourselves in this room. And we're counting on you and your ability to organize, mobilize, and educate your fellow workers and your neighbors and friends. Because on Election Day, what they count is not how much money you make, but how many of us have gotten to the polls with what understanding of the real issues. That's how the election will be decided in November 1972. And so we are saying to you, by way of closing, something A. Philip Randolph himself has taught me. There are no reserved seats at the banquet table of nature. One gets what one takes and keeps what one holds. When we say that we've got to be political activists, we're talking about the politics of struggle and the politics of solidarity. That's how we built the labor movement. That's how we keep it strong. That's how we protect our interests as working people. That's what we mean by politics in 72. And I believe that we can win in 72. We can elect a candidate that's favorable to us in 72, all of us. We can do that realizing what the stakes are. We've lost the White House. That's one strike against us. In spite of beating Haynesworth and Carswell, he's put some more of his friends on the Supreme Court. This means the court is rapidly becoming anti-worker, anti-minority. That's two strikes. We lose the White House and the Congress in 72. That's three strikes, and it'll be an awful long time before we come to bat again. Those are the stakes for all of us in 72. And I would hope whatever your individual concerns may be, which we respect, that we all could unify in 72 around our common gut, bread and butter interest, because that's what's on the line. Around this slogan that I think can in fact unify us. And that's to get Richard Milhouse from the White House to the outhouse. Thank you very much.
We're going to deviate just a minute before we bring up the union labor people, because we have another important person with us who slipped in on us yesterday unannounced. She's also been of great assistance to us here in our program of restoration and education, Miss Fannie Neal, and I think it would be most unfair if we did not ask Fannie if she'd like to have a word to say at this convention. Fannie? Fannie Neal comes from Montgomery, Alabama.
Thank you, Claude. To my fellow union members, I'm not a speaker, but I am a worker. And I hope that you have taken note of what Norm said this morning. Let's stop voting our emotions, and let's start voting our interests. We have certain priorities at this time, and our number one priority is to register our people. Number two is to educate them to the facts. And I hope you heard what Norm said about busing. Busing is really not the issue when only 2% of the children are being bused to achieve racial integration. Let us stick to the issues. The issues are full employment so that the welfare rolls can be reduced. Reduction in taxes where they should be. And these 56 people in this country who owns the country pay their fair share, and we stop carrying the load for them. This is voter education. And I hope that I hope that you all will not fall for my governor's plea. And I'm from Alabama, and he said no more. He wants to be governor as much as I want. He wants to be president as much as I want to be governor. And I have no ambitions to be governor. But one thing for sure, he is a spoiler. In 1968, he spoiled it. And he's the reason that we're in some of the conditions that we are going under today. I ask you again, when we come around to talk about registration, voter education, and if we register them and then don't let them know what the facts are, we might as well let them stay unregistered. And then our number 3 step is to get out that vote on election day. And let us help, as Norm has just said, put Milhouse out of the White House into the outhouse. Thank you.
Brother Thomas has an announcement he'd like to make before we bring the union labor people up.
Ladies and gentlemen of this convention, we'd like to say at this moment that we have made arrangements for a luncheon with all the black delegates in Parlor A upon the recess of this convention at noon. We want all the black delegates to be over there so that we can talk with them, so that they can learn some things to go back to their respective communities and try and help get this job done, to get Milhouse out of the White House into the outhouse.
That's Parlor A at noon, right?
Yeah, right.
We have to have you stay up here.
Just come back to give us.
Well, the fair lady with the union label please come forward. Assume that there will be a man or two in the delegation. And while they're on their way to the podium, let me advise the chairman of the various committees. We hope that some of you are ready to begin giving some of your reports on resolutions. The Honorable Stanton Smith might be late in getting here, and we want to get some committee business out of the way as soon as we can. We don't want to hold you any later this afternoon than we have to. The election committee is presently counting the votes. They started at 8 this morning, and we hope they'll be able to announce the results shortly after noon. Now, I have talked to the management of the hotel about the checkout situation, and there is no problem. You will be allowed to stay over a little later than the regular checkout time. But if there are a few of you that would like to check out during the noon hour and put your luggage in the room of a friend, it would be appreciated, because they will have a few people coming in that they need to accommodate. So if some of you would like to check out during the noon hour, place your luggage. You can put it in my room if you want to, 920, or in the room of another friend. It would be appreciated. At this time, the next item on our agenda is the union label program, and I assume that all of the delegates present have registered at the desk at the back and have put their names in the box. Unfortunately, I didn't find time, Sarah, to get around to it, so there's no danger in me winning the suit. But at least I did buy 10 Coke tickets, and I understand that you had to buy a Coke ticket to be in on that tire deal, so maybe I might win at least one of those tires. I'm going to now introduce Miss Sarah Broom from ACWA, who directs the union label program for that organization. Sarah, it's all yours. Go ahead, Sarah.
President Claude Ramsey, officers, delegates, distinguished guests, thank you ever so much for inviting me here. I think my heart would be broken if I didn't get an invitation to come to the Mississippi State Convention, because most of you know my heart's here with you. I see dear friends that I don't get to see unless I do get the opportunity to attend the convention. And I'm more than proud this time because my boss, Vice President of the Amalgamated, has already addressed this convention, so you people got a double dose of the Union Label Department and the Amalgamated at this time. Since I saw you before, we have had a lot of trials and tribulations, and I'm sure that many of you in this room have suffered from some of the things that I'm going to tell you just a little bit about. Most of you know a few years ago we celebrated our golden anniversary, and we had the privilege of going to New York City, and we opened our convention at the Sugar Bowl, and there was the President of the United States speaking to us, and we had all those delegates, and how I uttered a prayer, how wonderful it was that so many was away from home. The first time that many of them had ever been on a plane, the first time that many of them had ever been to a big city. And their faces looked so beautiful. Our great executive board sitting up there on that platform looking down, I know their heart was bursting with pride because there was 50 years of progress. And they gave to us a weapon, a secret weapon, the Union label. And we thought that is the answer. We got it made now. We'll get out of here. We'll go and beg people to look for and ask for and demand the union label. We thought we had it made. And for a while, you know, we did pretty well. But my dear people, now we got something worse than anything could have happened to us. We got a cancer that is eating our jobs up daily, and that cancer is imports. Howard told you about the prices, about what the people were making over there in those countries. But Howard didn't tell you what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you to please leave it on the shelves, because it is hurting us. I have been called into places where people lost their jobs to try to talk to them, to try to soothe them. But how in the name of high heaven are you going to soothe people when the dear women who have given their life, and the Japs are making take their jobs, the Chinese have their jobs, the people in Taiwan have their jobs. These people are crying and say, can't you do something? They are too old to work, but yet too young to draw their Social Security. They've got children that they have to educate, and what burns me up, some of these women are widow women, and they were made widow women by some of that outfit over there. I go into these stores and I look and I check, and I get so mad and I get so hurt when I see people coming in and buying. If I see a group around a table, 3 shirts for $10, a wonderful bargain. Yeah, that's a bargain, all right. It's a bargain that takes somebody's food right out of their mouth. It's a bargain that takes some child who needs an operation or who needs medical care to take it right away from them. And my dear people, it could be you. We don't know who the next one. When I went up there, when 1,500 of our people lost their jobs, and one Friday, Monday morning, they had no job to go to due to imports. 1,500 of them. I'm not talking about 10 or 12 or 20. I'm talking about 1,500 people lost their jobs. You want to know what we can do about it? We can lay land. You want to know what I can do about it? I can put a picket line around these stores that sells this stuff, and that's what I've been doing, and that's what I'm going to continue to do. Then I have people say that's an educational picket line. It's all right for us to cross it. I can't tell you not to cross that picket line, but I want to kick you on the shins for doing it. Because if the union people don't stand behind us, who in the world will stand behind us? I mean to tell you. And when I check these clothes and I see somebody come marching in with a Hong Kong suit, I almost have a heart attack. And that happened here in this very convention. One little fella, I know he didn't know what he was buying, but thank God the law says that they have to put the label in it where it's made. I'm proud of that. But these little yellow coats, and I've said this so many times in so many places, that our little boys have on out here directing this traffic. Every one I saw was made in Japan. Every store I'd go into, and I'd make a beeline back there to check them little yellow coats that these little boys have out directing traffic. So I found a place where they didn't have it sewed in the neck like the rest of them. They done gone on to it a little bit. They hung it on the sleeve and just praying somebody come off and knock it off so that they wouldn't know where it was made. So here I was checking some stores out the other week, and I found some made in America. And I was so happy. As most of you know, you've even got to look at your labels because they are going to falsify our labels. I found a label in Nashville, Tennessee a few weeks ago that looked just like the amalgamated label. It was sold in the proper place. It had the little crosses there, and it had something that looked a little bit like a sewing machine. But it wasn't. It was not a union label. But you would think it was unless you look. Be sure that you see the serial numbers on it, because our labels have a number. Be sure it's got that number on it. We have got to look. We have got to be missionaries. We have got to go back in our locals, back in our community, and tell people to leave that stuff on the shelf. because the merchants are going to sell what the people buy. And boy, if you want to know what takes the heart right out of my body, is when they tell me that 90% of the men and boys' clothing are bought by the housewife. They don't care whether it's got a label or not. They are hunting for a bargain. We all like a bargain. But we like a bargain that's been negotiated over a bargain table and not a bargain that'll take a meat and bread off of somebody's table. And that's exactly what we are doing when we buy that stuff. I haven't been to jail yet. I told you people I'd tell you when I wound up there. I've had the paddy wagon sent after me, but I didn't make it. I had the dogs sent after me, and they looked awful hungry. And as I told my little pickets out there, the one of them dogs looked at the other and said, "I'm going to get that old big one because I was the biggest one out there." They didn't get me then, because after I out-talked them and told them that these people were there because they'd lost their jobs, and it is pitiful when people lose their jobs, when they want dignity, when they want to draw a payroll check, they do not want welfare. And like I told a certain minister that come to me in one of our neighboring cities here not long ago, he didn't know whether I was doing the right thing or not being out there in front of that store. And I told him, I said, "You've got members in your church on welfare?" "Yes, I'm sure I've got some." I said, "Well, let me tell you one thing. When I lose my job, and a lot of my people have lost their job, and we're not able to pay them taxes so that your people can get their welfare to put it in your plate on Sunday, we're going to see who's going to be praying for who." And I want you to know he changed his mind. So another little occasion in closing I'd like to tell you. I was over in Knoxville, Tennessee, and I had this picket line. It was last year about this time, right at Easter time. Had a wonderful group out there walking. We'd walked several weeks out there on the line. And this lady come up to me, and bless her dear heart, I'll never forget her as long as I live. That department store specializes in ladies' foundation garments. And she needed one awful bad. So she tells me, she said, "Honey, let me tell you, before I would cross my picket line, now I always buy my girdles in there, but before I cross your picket line, I'd let my belly hang out." So I don't care what we have. I don't care what we have to hang out. Please, my dear people, leave that stuff away. Seriously, as the old saying is, the job you save may be your own. I've seen steel workers. I've seen them in Birmingham, Alabama, that's in the same condition we are. I've seen the electrical workers. We have got to work together, leave this stuff alone, be America, buy America. That's what I say. I don't believe in them quitting all this imports, but I do think they ought to regulate it. And until we do get it regulated, let them over there take care of theirs and let us take care of our people here. Let's don't take their livelihood away from them. Let's don't make the welfare roll ride. And I certainly appreciate it. God bless all of you, and invite me again to your next convention. Claude, I certainly appreciate having the invitation to come, and I feel so humble and so honored. Now we are going to have the drawing, and the three people who win, we're giving away a suit of clothes, a box of shirts, and a box of ties. The people who get it later on in the day, meet with me back there or when you go out at lunch, and let me get the information that I need. I'll be here all day, so it's no hurry, and I know Claude's got other people on the business to attend to, so we'll have our drawing, and may God bless all of you. Go home and do something about that imports. Thank you very, very much. Dear friends, I would like to take the privilege of introducing a co-worker of mine, a co-worker of Tom Knight's, who We've been down the mill together many times, who I'm very proud to say is now Director of Political Education in the South for the Amalgamated, and is also will be helping me on union label, and you'll probably be seeing him from town to town, from time to time. My friend and colleague, Buster Smith from Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh, you're going to get me on the spot again, huh? Shake it around. One thing for sure, you ain't going to get me. Mr. Jack Davis, Box J.E. State College, Mississippi. That's our friend Jack Davis, the professor that was here yesterday. Is he present? Well, I'm going to get a big kick out of letting him know about this. He spent all day, the first day and the second day, and I'm going to save this one for his benefit.
All right.
You got to be present to win.
He's not out on union business or anything, is he?
No, he's not a union member. He's a college professor.
Oh.
This one looks familiar. Mr. J.M. Oglesby, 410 Gaysona Street, Natchez, Mississippi. I hope I pronounced that right. Where is he? He's present.
All righty, meet me back there after the block.
I was looking down here. I thought you was with the rest of your crowd.
Now, this is for a box of shirts. This is a suit. This is for a box of shirts.
That was for the suit, Brother Oglesby. You shall be assured that you'll have a union-made suit. This one is Mr. Hampton Ellis, 3215 Marion Dunbar, Jackson, Mississippi. He's present.
I'll see you back there at lunch.
See the lady in the back after we recess for lunch. Now this is for ties.
Yes, sir, that's for a box of ties.
That's what I really should have got in on, is the ties.
You'll see that you get some. I'll see your name in it.
Mr. J.L. Flint, 205 Cunningham, is that correct? Cunningham Drive, Jackson, Mississippi. Is brother Flint present? Present? All right, you see the lady about the ties. Okay, Sarah, appreciate you being with us, and we'll do everything we can to assist you to make sure that we put phase 3 into effect. And I had a button I was wearing around you this morning, and I lost it somewhere. Somebody asked me finally what that button said. I said, it's phase 3. They want to know what phase 3 was? I said, buy union label made products. That's what it said. Now I've dropped that button somewhere and somebody else has got it now. Who's going to perform the duty for the Rubber Workers Union?
Oscar Houston, President of Local 845 in Tupelo. We brought down a couple of tires. The company donated them to the local, and we brought them down here. We put them with the on the coat drive, and the requirement to win is to contribute to the coat drive. This time I'm going to ask Mrs. Broom to come up and draw a ticket out. Ray Thompson, Jackson, Mississippi. Roy?
What's the address?
It's not an address on it, just Jackson.
Roy Thompson? Jackson, Mississippi? Roy Thompson. Well, we got the number now. You ought to have the stub of the rest of the ticket. Yeah, call out the number.
The number is 612.
Well, no, the local number.
Local number.
789. 789. There's a gentleman in the back that gets the tires. So you see him during the lunch hour and pick up the tires. Okay? That completed? All right, we appreciate very much, Sarah, your presence here this morning, and we appreciate the fact that the Tupelo Rubber Workers Local brought along a couple of tires, and I hope the next time around that the Armstrong people will bring 2 more in order that we'll have a full set to give away. Brother Hedgen, and I hope you take note of what I've just said. Now we've got a little time, thank goodness, before our next speaker arrives, and we'd like to get some committee reports out of the way. This will help expedite the business and maybe get away a little sooner this afternoon. I'd like to see, is Brother Fitzhugh in the house? Where's Brother Fitzhugh? Are you and Marinell ready for the audit report? Where's Marinell? Is Marinell Whips here? Come on up front. We want to get the audit report out of the way first. And some of the other committees can be on a standby basis, because as soon as this report's out of the way, we expect to call on some other committees to receive some reports, to act on some resolutions. And some of them are very important, and we'd like for the delegates to try to be present when those resolutions are called up. Come on up, Brother Fitzhugh. Huh? That's really important. You have a seat for a minute. As you will note, when I announced the appointment of committees, I appointed a committee made up of Brother G.W. Tyson, Chairman, Marinell Whips, and John Jones R. Fitzhugh. And I advised you that the chairman of that committee called me from the hospital and told me he'd be unable to attend the convention. And I would like, at the request of this convention, to send a bouquet of flowers to Brother Tyson with the compliments of this convention. Could I get a motion to that effect? We have a motion to that effect. Do we have any discussion? If not, all in order, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No? Will one of the sergeant-at-arms, Brother Turner, will you contact my good secretary, Mrs. Phillips, outside? Tell her to check with Hines General Hospital and find out if Brother Tyson is still in the hospital. If he is, that she should immediately order a bouquet of flowers and send to his room at Hines General. Would you do that, please, sir? Now, in the absence of Brother Tyson, I've asked Brother Fitzhugh and Marinell Whips to give that report, and I understand they're going to each do part of that report because it's rather lengthy, and it's up to them as to which one starts off with that report. And this time I'll present to you Biennial Whips, who will begin the report of the Audit Committee.
President Ramsey, members of the delegation, it has been the practice in the past convention for the auditor report to be left all over the convention hall and therefore available to the general public and labor enemies. Therefore, the 1972 Convention Auditor Committee of this request that this report will not be a part of the procedure. Only and available only to affiliated local unions upon request. A form has been provided to you, which you received on Monday, for the delegates, and the officers of your local union will have to sign this form and pass it on. The Order Committee report to the 6th Biennial Convention of the Mississippi AFL-CIO, March 22nd, 1972. The financial records was ordered by the Order Committee in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Mississippi AFL-CIO Constitution. The records of the General Fund was examined by the Ray Burnett Company, Certified Public Accountant, Jackson, Mississippi, for the year of 1970 and 71. This report covers all three funds of the Council: the General Fund, the Legislature Fund, and the Coke Fund. Comments. Insurance in force at December 31st, 1971 as follows. Fidelity bond officers and employees, $5,000. Workman compensation, legal liability. Special motor peril, building and personal property, $25,000. Automobile, which includes liability, collision, and comprehension. The Council provides the hospitalization and life insurance coverage for officers and employees under Plan A of the Union Labor Life Insurance Company. The Council also contributes 2.5% of employee salary each month to an employee servants pay fund, which is equally matched by employees. The fund was established on April 1st, 1968 and is held at First Federal Savings and Loan Association in Jackson. Liabilities. On February 17, 1969, a copy machine SN 915508 was purchased from A.B. Dick Company. The purchase is being financed through Deposit Guarantee National Bank, loan number 970515-ZA. On December 31st, 1971, there was a balance of $152.28, which will be liquidated in monthly installment of $50.76. Two 1969 Chevrolet automobiles was financed by Deposit Guarantee National Bank, loan number 86-725-5Z, on July 9, 1969. This loan was paid in July of 1971. On September 27, 1971, a 1972 Chevrolet Impala was purchased and was financed through Deposit Guarantee National Bank, loan number 033-127-2. This loan is to be paid in monthly installments of $107.38. At December 31st, 1971, there was a balance of $2,362.36. On July 15, 1969, a loan was obtained from the American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organization in the amount of $30,000 to purchase a building and lot for the Mississippi AFL-CIO. This loan is to be paid in monthly installment of $300. On December 31st, 1971, there was a balance of $21,300. In order to install a two-tone air conditioning unit, a 80,000-ton BTU heater, a 12-month loan was obtained from Deposit Guarantee National Bank. On February 20, 1971, in the amount of $1,615, the balance of this loan was paid in full February 1st, 1971. On October 1st, 1970, a second loan was obtained from the American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organization for $6,500 in order to make necessary major repairs to the building. This loan is to be paid in monthly installment of $100. At December 31st, 1971, there was a balance of $5,100. Assets: an inventory of office furnish and equipment owned by Mississippi AFL-CIO reveal an estimated value as follows. Furniture and miscellaneous supplies, $4,175. Equipment valued at $26,500. Total value, $30,675. Opinion: in our opinion, the attached statement of receipt and disbursement present accurately and transacts the Mississippi AFL-CIO for the year of 1970 and 71 as reflects to us by the record. Respectfully yours, G.W. Tyson, Chairman of the Iron Workers local here in Jackson, 469, Biennial Whips with IBEW Local 2262, Jackson, and Mr. John R. Fitzgerald, the Communist Local 3031. Mr. Fitzgerald will give you the rest of the report.
I'll be giving a general breakdown of the general fund in 1970 first. Excuse me. Balance January 1, 1970, $8,526.03. Total receipts, $85,360.15. Total disbursements, $86,994.41. Salaries of officers full-time, this is President and Secretary Treasurer, $23,970.36. Salaries clerical full-time, this is 2 full-time secretaries, $13,696.40. Salaries part-time, this is the vice presidents and the executive board and part-time employees, is $1,250. The expenses of officers full-time, this is the expense of president and secretary treasurer, is $3,012.26. The expenses part-time, this is expenses incurred by the executive board and vice presidents of $2,026.25. The general expenses this is for telephone, postage, and such as that, is $12,166.35. Equipment purchase, $2,015.22. The automobile expense, $4,681.83. Insurance and the servants plan is $3,090.33. The convention expense, $2,658.16. Contributions and donations, this is to worthwhile organizations such as American Red Cross for Hurricane Celia, it's $1,000. The building expense, this is at the building 826 Northwest, $10,197.48. The legislative expense, this is expense that's not arrived out of the legislature funds, such it reflects hotel and entertainment and such, is $1,394.50. Other disbursements, such as payments to the National AFL-CIO and Deposit Guarantee Bank, is $5,835.62, leaving a total disbursements for $86,994.41. The explanation of the expenses in the general fund of 1971 would be the same as the general fund of 1970. Therefore, I'll just briefly call out the figures on those. Balance January 1st, 1971, $6,891.77. Total receipts, $90,620.45. Total disbursements, $83,086.56. Balance December 31st, 1971, $14,425.66. Salaries, officers full-time, $26,739.57. Salaries clerical full-time, $14,790.30. Salaries part-time, $1,458.73. The expenses of officers full-time, $3,967.32. The expenses part-time, $1,982.41. The general expense, $15,151.95. Equipment purchase, $553.71. Automobile expense, $4,567.05. Insurance and the servants plan, $4,030.93. Convention expense, $274.51. Contributions and donations, $213. Billing expense, $1,946.08. Legislative expense, $1,716.58. Other disbursements, $5,694.42, leaving a total of disbursements of $83,086.56. Next will be the 1970 Legislative Fund. Balance brought forward January 1st, 1970, $2,263.80. The receipts is for National AFL-CIO, $1,000, miscellaneous $500, leaving a total of $1,500. Total to account for is $3,763.80. Total disbursement, special legislative races, $567.30. Voter registration, $351.89. Special contribution, $350. Miscellaneous, $5.75. Total disbursements, $1,274.95. Balance on hand, December 31st, 1971, $2,488.86. The Legislative Fund for 1971, the receipts, Coke Voter Restoration Fund, AFL-CIO, $7,000. International Unions, $5,600. Mississippi AFL-CIO local unions, $8,054.05. Tennessee State Council, $800. Less credit to Coke Fund of $200. These are a total of receipts of $600. Miscellaneous other receipts, $1,224, leaving a total receipts of $22,479.05. The disbursements is voter restoration Operation Restoration 71 is $3,917.78. Voter identification, the Wade program and recounting names and address, $2,879.87. Plates, frames, and cabinets, $790.98. Two statewide mailings, voter registration and report of Coke Convention, $2,192.67. The Coke Convention expense is $333.49. 79 legislature campaign, the Democrat primary and the general election is $10,670.45. Loans, donations, and miscellaneous is $452.20, leaving a total disbursement of $21,237.44. Balance brought forward in January 1, 1971 is $2,488.86. The total receipts is $22,479.05. The total to account for is $24,967.91. The disbursements is $21,237.44. The balance, December 31st, 1971, $3,730.47. The next one is a COPE fund for 1970. The balance brought forward January 1, 1970, $1,964.60. The receipts, local union contribution $42, COPE dollars sold at convention $248, leaving a total of $290. The total to account for is $2,254.60. Disbursement special campaign contributions $900. Balance on hand December 31st, 1970 is $1,354.60. The 1971 COPE fund, balance brought forward January 1, 1971, $1,354.60. Receipts, COPE dollars sold at convention, $254. Miscellaneous contribution, $210. Leaving a total of $464 and having the total to account for is $1,818.60. The disbursements, Central Labor Union 71 campaigns $400. The AFL 1/2 COPE dollars $127, leaving $521. Balance on hand December 31st, 1971, $1,294.60. This concludes the audit report, and the officers' report that you have given to you yesterday a copy of, in which we feel like there's no need to repeat this since Brother Ramsey and Brother Knight has already partially made this report. But we would like to say, since this falls under the category of the audit committee, that the normal individual delegate does not consider the workload that the full-time officers and the secretaries have at the state AFL-CIO office. Therefore, it is the recommendation of the audit committee that both full-time employees, President Ramsey, Brother Knight, and the 2 full-time secretaries, be given at least 3 extra days off due to the workload of this convention and this legislative session that's now in session. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the officers' and report and audit committee's report, and I move that it be accepted by the convention.
You've heard the audit committee's report, the motion to adopt. The motion included 3-day, I believe, day of rest for the full-time officers and the 2 secretaries. And I want to say I appreciate the recommendations of the audit committee about the 3 days off. I'll have to figure, if that passes, I'll have to figure out where we're going to work that in, but that's something for us to have to worry about. Do we have, the motion is to accept the audit committee's report. Do we have any discussion on the report? If not, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion indicate it by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Might add that this information can be made available. It is your business. At the request of a local union would like to have a copy of this report. All you have to do is to write us. You should have a form to fill out. If you don't have that form, if you'd like to have a copy of this report, write us and we'd be happy to make it available to you. A few forms left on the table. There's one thing that the committee advised me of, and I certainly agree with, is that we do not want our financial transactions to fall into the hands of the wrong people that might be used against us. As this report indicates, we don't have anything like the amount of money that we've been accused of having. And as you note, we spent about $25,000 in the last election, and electing a majority to the legislature, and a lot of people think we spent several hundred thousands of dollars, so we want to keep them thinking that. Are you ready for the vote? We did vote? All right, okay. You got an announcement? Brother Fitzhugh would like for his committee to be relieved or dismissed with the thanks of this convention. We have a motion to that effect. We have a motion that the committee be dismissed with the thanks of the convention. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Thank you very much. Let's give them a hand. For whatever it might be worth to the delegates to this convention, this committee spent many long hours in compiling this report for you. I can testify to that fact because they did their work in the office. And I know how long they worked on getting this put together, and they did an excellent job, and I want to commend them for it. Now, our next speaker listed on the program has arrived. I thought we voted to accept the audit report. Thomas says we didn't. Didn't we vote to accept the report? Huh? Question? The report has been adopted by motion, has it not? That was my opinion. Okay. All right. All right, our next speaker has been, we thought was going to be delayed a little bit. We'd go ahead and get some business out of the way, but he is present. And he's no stranger to many of you, those of you that have been at our conventions before. But we do have a number of new delegates who are in attendance at the first time, or attending the first convention of the state FL-CIO. And I'd like to just spend a couple of words on introducing him. He's been a friend of ours for many, many years. He served at one time as president of the Tennessee State AFL-CIO. I knew him back in those days. Several years ago, he was promoted to a position known as the coordinator of national AFL-CIO state and local central bodies. And I want you to know here today, were it not for the help and the assistance of people like Stanton Smith, this organization would be in real difficulty. Now, you've just heard the audit committee's report, and you've heard where we've just about spent every nickel that we could get our hands on. And at one time, we had to hold up on payment of some bills before some per capita came in. And that's the way the situation's been. But we've had friends like Stanton Smith in Washington and a few other friends up there who recognize the importance of keeping this organization going, and they have assisted us, and I might say that they are currently subsidizing the salary of the president of this organization. It's somewhere in the neighborhood of $400 a month, and I hope that continues, Stanton. And I should add, while I'm also on that subject, the National Cope is also subsidizing the salary of the state Cope director to the tune of, what is it, $5,000 a year? $5,000 a year. And were it not for these two subsidies, under the existing circumstances, with the fact that we have a large number of freeloaders in our state, it would be impossible for you to maintain two full-time officers in this organization. And with those few remarks, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you my good friend and your friend, Stanton Smith. Brother Smith.
Thank you very much, Claude, for your kind and generous remarks. I would like to say at the outset that with reference to the things you were saying about the financial help which we have been able to supply from the National AFL-CIO, that we consider our money very well spent. I've been attending conventions of this organization since, for at least the last 15 or 18 years, and I have watched the progress that you have made, and the progress of the last 5 or 6 years, in my judgment, has really been phenomenal. It's something of which you have a right to be proud, and I may say that it is a reflection of the kind of leadership that you have had, that you have been able to make this kind of progress. And I am sure that what I have said before one day is coming true, that the labor movement of the state of Mississippi, starting with handicaps greater than that of any other state, has come further in relation to the point from which it started than any of the other state federations in the AFL-CIO. And I predict, as I have done before, that if you keep up the kind of growth and progress that you're making, that someday this will be the #1 labor movement in the United States. Now, I really didn't come here to make a speech. My real purpose in coming down this late in the convention was to check up on Claude and Tom to see how they're doing, make sure that they're performing properly, and that they're spending the money that we are pleased to send them wisely. So I listened with a great deal of interest to the committee report just a few minutes ago, the auditing committee, and I must say that it's quite a different kind of report than I listened to 6 or 7 years ago in terms of the kinds of things that are being done, the ways in which you're making use of the money, and the amount of money that you're getting in, because this organization has grown within the last half a dozen years from something like 14,000 to, what are you now, 34,000? 34, better than 34,000, a gain of you've more than almost tripled in size in that period of time. And if what we have done at the national headquarters, if the assistance that we have given has contributed in any small part to that growth and development, we are more than pleased. I would like to talk to you for a few minutes this morning about something that you may have already heard about during your convention, because I'm sure there have been many speakers preceding me. And if not, you've certainly been reading about it in the papers. But if your papers are like the papers in most communities in this country, you're getting a pretty distorted picture of it. And so I would digress by saying that I would hope you would read the AFL-CIO News, which is published weekly, to which you can subscribe through your state office. And then you will begin to get the kind of a picture that is so different from what you read in the public press, in the daily press. you will begin to get a different perspective on what's going on in our country. You know, when Mr. Nixon went into office 3 years ago, a little over 3 years ago, he instituted a deliberate policy of slowing down the economy, of increasing unemployment, with the purpose of controlling inflation. Now, inflation's not good for any of us. It hurts all of us. But unemployment hurts worse. And this disastrous economic course, which was deliberately launched by the present administration in Washington, led to the peculiar and unusual situation in which you had increasing unemployment, more people out of work, each month more people out of work, fewer people with jobs, more needing them, and at the same time the prices continued to go up. This is contrary to all economic theory. And it took quite a bit of doing to bring about that kind of a result. And there are many reasons for it, which we could go into. No small part of it was the tax privileges which were given to the big corporations. The tremendous amount of consolidation and of corporations into great conglomerates so that they could control prices without having to pay any attention to the marketplace, the demand, supply and demand. And they could fix their prices without regard to those things. And the import-export problem, about which I understand Vice President Howard Samuel of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers spoke the other day. All of these things and many more contributed to this disastrous economic policy which led to that kind of a situation. And so then what happened? Well, Mr. Nixon reversed his field and said what he said did what he said he would never do, and that is he imposed wage and price controls. I think we'll have to put quotation marks around wage and price controls. Because although wages are very well controlled, prices continue to rise. As a matter of fact, the AFL-CIO Executive Council at its February meeting pointed out that the Cost of Living Council, which has charge of the overall policies in this so-called stabilization program, has exempted from price controls about 75% of the nation's retail stores. They're exempt from price controls. But the workers who work in those stores have their wages controlled by this so-called stabilization program. They were not exempt, unless they were making less than $1.90 an hour. If you're making less than $1.90 an hour, then they exempted it. Well, $1.90 an hour is below the poverty level. And the council also went on to point out that the Cost of Living Council exempt from controls nearly 50% of all rental units. If you rent an apartment or you rent a house, 50% of all the rental units in the United States are exempt from controls. But your wages are not exempt from controls. The men who maintain those buildings, their wages are not exempt from the controls. And food prices. Food prices are exempt from controls. That is the prices of the farm products. So the farmer doesn't get it on one hand. He's not gaining by this. The consumer who buys the food in the marketplace is paying the higher prices, and the middleman is getting the increase, because these things are not subject to controls. As a matter of fact, 21% of the items that go to make up the consumer's price index, by which we measure the cost of living, 21% of that index is free from controls. And then you wonder why the cost of living continues to go up under a so-called stabilization program. And this program is unfair, it is inequitable, and it is aimed at the poorest, the wage earners, the low income, and the middle income people. They're the ones that are carrying the brunt of this program. The wealthy, the well-to-do, those who live off of dividends and interest, they're not suffering. They're not under controls. The brunt of this program is being borne by the wage earners of this country and the poor and the poverty-stricken. And now what is the administration talking about doing? They're talking about compounding this by introducing a new kind of tax. They say it's new. The only thing that's new about it is the name. They call it a value-added tax. Well, let me tell you, the value-added tax is just a fancy name for a sales tax. And as we all know, a sales tax is the most inequitable, the most unfair form of tax that you can have. It, too, imposes the greatest burden on those at the low end of the income scale. A worker with a family of four, let's say, with a $5,000 a year income is just barely above the poverty level. And every penny that he spends is going to be subject to a sales tax, and will be subject to this national sales tax called by this fancy name of value-added tax. Well, we're going to fight that tax, and it's going to be enacted only over the most bitter opposition of the AFL-CIO. And I know that we'll have your support in that fight. We live in a highly complex industrial society. It used to be that half of the people or more were busy raising the food and fiber that the whole country needed. Today, 5% of the people can produce all the food that we need. This is no longer an agricultural country. It's an industrial country. Given the kind of situation I've been describing, and it's characteristic of an industrial country anyway, women enter the workforce. They've always worked. They worked in the kitchen, they worked in the home, but they didn't get paid for it, you know. But now they're out in the workforce, and it's evidenced by the presence of many women here today who are members of unions. They're out working, earning a salary, earning a wage, just like the men are. And yet, biology being what it is, children are still being produced. Boys and girls get married and they have kids, And in order to make ends meet, it is often necessary for the mother to go out and earn a second paycheck. So what does she do with those kids while she's working? Well, maybe mother-in-law takes care of them, or her mother, or grandmother. But that's an inadequate answer to that problem. And what we need very badly is daycare centers where a working mother can leave her children, where they will receive the kind of care that they should get, with good food, proper medical attention, and all the other things that a good daycare center will give them, so that when she's through her working day, she can get her children, go back to the home, and she will know that they've been well taken care of. Well, there's something, I forget the figure, I think it's 3.5 million working mothers that need this kind of care for their children. And there are only about 100,000, in the existing daycare centers, they can only take care of about 100,000, I think it is, something of that kind. So the Congress passed a comprehensive daycare center for children. And what did Mr. Nixon do? He vetoed it. He vetoed it. That's the kind of an answer we get to a very deep social need. So I would like to conclude by saying that this is an important year for you and for all of us. We have a president to elect. But the president isn't everything. He's a lot. He should supply the kind of leadership that this country needs, and a good one will. And he can have a tremendous impact on what is done and what happens. But not only do we have a president to elect, but we have a Congress to elect. And those are the men that actually make the laws. And the kind of congressman that we elect this year, in addition to the kind of a president, is going to make all of the difference in the world in the 4 years just ahead of us. And you in Mississippi have an unusual opportunity. I understand that 3 of your old-time congressmen are retiring and have decided not to run again. So we're going to see some new faces in the congressional delegation from Mississippi, but the question is, what kind of faces are we going to see? The answer to that question depends in large part on the labor movement of this state, on the kind of a job that you do between now and November when the final ballots are cast. So I believe in this labor movement in Mississippi, and I know something of the kinds of obstacles that lie in your way. I've experienced them personally, and I've observed them at firsthand for many years. So I'm not speaking out of the clouds. I'm speaking out of a very fundamental understanding of your problems. But I believe in this movement, and I believe that you can continue to make progress and that you can have a real impact on the kind of men that are going, or women that are going to be sent to Congress from this state in this year, 1972. And what is at stake is economic justice and social justice for all of the people of this state and of the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stanton. We're deeply appreciative of your presence. And in view of your remarks and the remarks of a few of the speakers preceding you, I've asked the chairman of our legislative COPE committee at this point to report on the committee's action on resolution number 6. I want to make sure that it's acted upon in his presence. Will the chairman of that committee please come forward and report on their action on resolution number 6, which is titled the Nixon Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met and studied several resolutions, being close to noon, and having just heard the great man, Mr. Stanton, speak from COPE, it is appropriate now to take some action on resolution number 6. Whereas the presidency of the United States is without doubt the most important position held by any elected official in the world, the man who holds this office not only determines the fate of millions of people in the United States, but wields much influence and power in world affairs. It is therefore important that the man who holds this office be of great stature and have compassion for the masses of people in this country as well as the rest of the world. And whereas the members of the Mississippi AFL-CIO have and will continue to have the greatest respect for the office of the President of the United States, even so, the fact remains the man holding this office must be judged upon the record of accomplishments while holding that position. Richard Milhouse Nixon has been holding the position now for almost 3½ years. It would therefore seem only fair that his record be examined and passed upon by the delegates to this convention. And whereas during the campaign of 1968, Richard Nixon made many promises to the American people if they would elect him president of this country. He said he had a plan to end the war in Southeast Asia and that he would end inflation in this country without causing mass unemployment. He further promised he had a plan to bring the American people together for a common cause. After almost 3½ years in office, it now appears that Richard Milhouse Nixon held out the false hand of hope to the American people in 1968 in every respect. And whereas during the first 3 years of his administration, unemployment rose to the highest figure in many years, during the same period of time, inflation and high cost of living went on a rampage. The average working person, people on fixed salaries, and the retired people were hard-pressed to make ends meet. For the first time in their lives, many people were forced to go on the welfare rolls to even exist. This 3-year experiment with the nation's economy has commonly been referred to as Nixon's Plan Number 1. And whereas it became obvious that game plan number 1 was a disaster, another plan was devised, and it was called Plan Number 2. This plan consisted of tax concessions to the corporations and a plan to control wages and prices. After several months of confusion, it became obvious that the working people of this nation were being called upon to subsidize Plan Number 2. The AFL-CIO has consistently said it would cooperate with the President on a bona fide plan that would control wages, profits, dividends, prices, and lower interest rates being charged by the money changers of the country. After several months of experiments, we now find that this administration
is interested in controlling only wages and salaries of the average working person. No sincere effort has been put forth to control prices, profits, dividends, or interest rates. The truth of the matter is, the nation is in deep trouble because the economy has been badly mismanaged by the Nixon administration. Several attempts have been made by the Congress to alleviate many of these existing problems by passing legislation, but each time that legislation has been vetoed by President Nixon. And whereas the administration's budget which was recently presented to the Congress contains the largest deficit in the nation's history, this seems a little ironic when one considers the fact that Mr. Nixon and the Republican Party have consistently criticized past Democratic administration for deficit spending. In an effort to cut down on this deficit, trial balloons are currently being floated around the country on a so-called value-added tax. Upon close examination, this turns out to be a thinly disguised effort to enact a national sales tax. We sincerely hope that Congress will reject this Nixon plan of taking from the poor and giving to the rich. And whereas President Nixon appeared before the AFL-CIO convention last year and deliberately went out of his way to provoke the AFL-CIO leadership, this obvious effort on his part was deliberate and was simply another cheap trick by a politician to fool the American people. Try as he may, we do not believe that Richard Milhouse Nixon can fool the American people in his efforts to set up a boogeyman he must stand and run on his sorry record. Whereas we commend the President on his efforts to establish world peace. We commend him for his foreign foresight in sending a ping pong team to Red China. And we commend him for meeting with the leaders of other nations in an attempt to assure world peace. The fact remains, our problems are far from over in Southeast Asia and other places in the world. The most obvious fact of all is that our own country is in deep trouble. Based upon his record of the past 3.5 years, we do not believe Richard Milhouse Nixon has the compassion or leadership capabilities to get this nation moving again. Now therefore be it resolved that the 6th Biennial Convention of the Mississippi AFL-CIO, assembled in Jackson, Mississippi, on March 20th through the 22nd, 1972, does go on record against the sorry record of President Nixon and urges our members to vote against him for a re-election in November 1972. And be it further resolved that the delegates in attendance at this convention call upon the National Democratic Party to nominate a candidate for president who can provide the proper kind of leadership for this nation. And be it finally resolved that this convention commends President Meany of the AFL-CIO as well as the Executive Council of the AFL-CIO for their fight in behalf of the working people of this nation. The committee has concurred, and we urge adoption of this resolution.
You've heard the committee's report and the motion to adopt resolution number 6. Is there any discussion on the motion? Assume there's no Republicans in the House. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion, please signify it by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Brother Smith. Brother Smith, we wanted to make sure we took action on that resolution in your presence. We want to make sure that you carry a copy of it back to Washington with you. Now, I got a short statement to make, and then we're going to have some announcements, then we're going to recess for lunch. Last night I made mention of the fact that our banquet, which I think was one of the best affairs that this organization has ever held, and I'm sure that that will meet the agreement of the delegates present. I mentioned the fact that at this convention that the press had completely ignored that this convention was going on. That I had advised the press of the convening of this convention, but for some strange reason, they had not seen fit to be present and make any reports on it. And I just happened to notice this morning that a couple of people from Channel 12 were slipping around the convention hall taking a few shots. And I believe that one of them interviewed Norman Hill outside, and I suspect there will be a little news on Channel 12 tonight about the fact that we are actually having a convention. Now, I'd like to read you the statement that I released to the press and personally hand-delivered to the both wire services, to the correspondents of the Commercial Appeal, of the Times-Picayune, and to the principal reporter of the Clarion Ledger and Daily News in Jackson, Mississippi. And it's very short, and I want you to know what I said. And this is what I said. The 6th Biennial Convention of the Mississippi FFL-CIO will convene in Jackson on Monday, March the 20th, 1972, and will adjourn on the afternoon of March the 22nd. George Johnson, president of the Central Labor Union, will open the convention at 10 a.m. on Monday and preside until preliminaries are disposed of. He will then turn the gavel over to Claude Ramsey, president of the Mississippi FFL-CIO, who will be the presiding officer. Mayor Russell Davis will welcome the delegates to the convention, and Governor William Waller will address the convention at approximately 10:30 a.m. In addition to Governor Waller, a number of other prominent state officials and dignitaries will address the 3-day convention. A number of resolutions covering a wide range of subjects will be considered by the delegates, and all officers, including a 17-member executive board, will be elected to serve the organization for the next 2 years. All sessions of the convention will be open to the news media. For addition information, please note the attached agenda. The agenda of this convention was attached to that statement, and I'll leave it up to the judgment of this convention as to why the press has ignored this convention. I thought you ought to have the benefit of that information. Do we have any announcements before we recess? Brother Knight.
You're not going to like this, but we don't have any choice. When we are adjourned for noon, we'd like to have the delegates here from the 2nd, the 4th, and the 5th congressional districts. Now, this is where it's going to be this summer. And we want to meet with you just a few minutes. So if the people from those 3 districts, 2, 4, and 5, will come to the front of the auditorium, we won't keep you but just a few minutes.
Any other announcements? I'd like to urge all delegates present to be back in this hall promptly at 1:30, because we still have a considerable amount of business to take care of. I understand that the election committee will be ready to report somewhere around that time. So with those remarks, we'll stand at recess with the exception of District 2, 4, and 5. Will you all please come up this way in those 3 districts?
Okay, now in the 5th Congressional District, we have an organization that's known as the 5th District Committee on Political Education. This organization is made up of the AFL-CIO unions in that district. There's a chairman, Brother V.C. Smith, the vice chairman, Brother Russell Kelly, and the secretary is Mrs. Elizabeth Brewer, who's not a delegate at this convention. Now, they have a constitution. That organization is structured. They have rules to go by and a procedure for setting up a committee and issuing invitations to the candidates for Congress, and then, of course, the committee to thoroughly evaluate those candidates and then make a report and recommendations back to a convention of the people in that district. Now, those of you in the 5th District will be hearing from Brother Smith, Ms. Brewer, and Brother Kelly about that particular situation. I'm sure all of you know which counties you live in and so forth and so on. Now, this will be taken care of, but let me say this again, that April 7th is the deadline for candidates to qualify. Now, their constitution down there requires that those candidates be interviewed and a report readied and made to a delegation from that district within 21 days after April 7th. And let's remember again the primary date, June the 6th. Unless this is changed, and I don't think it will be. Okay. Now, that'll take care of the 5th District because I said there's an organization there. Now, this subject came up in the Executive Board meeting here Sunday afternoon prior to this convention. There is no formal organization to operate in a congressional campaign in District 2 and 4. Now, we're talking about the new districts. They've all been renumbered. This is 4, here down to Macomb, over to Natchez. 2 reaches all the way across the state. You have your maps from Columbus over to Greenville. Now, the State Executive Board authorized the State Council officers to put an interview committee together in these 2 districts made up of officers of the central labor unions in the congressional district and in those areas that might be considered kind of remote to get the officers of any local unions, and let these people make up the interview committee. Then there will be a chairman elected from that committee in the 2nd district and one from the committee in the 4th district. Then that committee, of course, with our help, in any and every way we can provide that help, will proceed to invite all candidates for Congress to meet with them at a designated place in that district. Then, after these candidates have been interviewed, the committee, of course, will make their determination as to what recommendation they want to make. Then you will receive letters from this committee, which our office will do for them, telling you when there'll be a convention in the 4th district and in the 2nd district. Now, it's further been suggested that the meeting in this district, 4, be held at the IBEW Hall in Jackson, local 605 on Claiborne Avenue. Is that right, Brother Schaefer? Wasn't that the suggestion of the Executive Board? Now, does anybody in the 4th district object to this? These are suggestions. The 4th district at the appropriate time will be invited to a meeting at the IBEW Hall on Claiborne Avenue in Jackson. Now, let me emphasize again, my friends, that we can do everything that we're big enough to do, but it has to be you folks. You have to go back and get to the membership in any way that you feel you can and express to them and impress upon them the importance of these elections. This is the first opportunity in years to elect some good congressmen. Now, it has been suggested in the 2nd district that this meeting be held at the Amalgamated Clothing Workers Hall in Winona. This is kindly, as the old saying goes, twixt and between in that district. This has been suggested. Of course, we hadn't asked the Amalgamated if we can meet there. I'm sure we can, because I see them saying yes right now. We've always been welcome there. Is there any objections to the 2nd District meeting being held in Winona, Mississippi? Now let's determine one other thing. I think I know the answer to this, but I want you to do, because you're the people that's got to do the work out there in the bushes. What day in the week and what time of the day do you think we ought to call these meetings? I'm talking about the general meeting now, when the candidates have been interviewed and the committee is ready to report. What day of the week and what time of the day now? Let's think in terms of the travel, and so forth and so on. Saturday night. Now, you speaking for 4th District, Brother Perry, right. Now, does anybody in the 4th District disagree with that? Meeting of the 4th District on Saturday night. We didn't say what Saturday night. We don't know. On Saturday night. So, now it's been suggested. All right, now, Brother Perry from IUE, Halls on North State Street, has said if the IBEW Hall is tied up, that the 4th District meeting can be held at IUE Hall. Now, is there any objection to that? If there is, speak up, because, my friends, we have got to get with it. We've got to have everybody and his brother and grandma, too, involved in this effort. Any objection? If we don't meet at 6:05, we meet at 792. 4th District. All right, now, what's the views of the people in the 2nd District? When do you want to meet? What day in the week? What time of the day? Sunday afternoon's been suggested by somebody from the 2nd District. Now, if there's any different views, speak up. 10 o'clock Saturday morning's been suggested. Now, we've got 2 different ideas here. Do you want to make yours in the form of a motion? We'll have to vote on this, I guess. That's the only thing I know. You want to make that a motion? Sunday afternoon, 2:30? All right. Is there a second to that motion? All right, there's been a motion made and second that we meet on Sunday afternoon at 2:30 in Winona. Now, we have another motion. I guess we should go ahead. No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. We'll get Brother Marvin Taylor's motion now, and then we'll vote on them and see which one gets the most support. Brother Marvin Taylor has suggested 10 o'clock Saturday morning. Now, is there a second to that? Through with the 4th, I believe, if that's settled. Wait just 1 minute. Hold on just a minute. I know this is not parliamentary procedure. Let me drop back to the 4th. Is there any objection to the procedure we suggested? As to the makeup of the committee. We just don't want anybody to get the impression we're ramrodding. Okay. All right. Now we've got 2 ideas for the time of the meeting in the 2nd District. One is 10 o'clock on Saturday. The other is 2:30 Sunday afternoon. Now, all those in the 2nd District that favor the 10 o'clock Saturday morning suggestion, raise your hand. Hold your hand up a minute. All right, now all of those in favor of 2:30 Sunday afternoon, raise your hand. Brother Taylor, would you agree to change your time to Saturday night? You was the one suggested Saturday morning. Would you agree to that? Saturday night? All right, now Brother Taylor that made that motion, a suggestion, has agreed to change the time on Saturday from 10 a.m. until 7 p.m. All right. Now, all in favor of that? I know this is not going like it ought to, but we'll get the job done. All in favor of 7 p.m. Saturday night, raise your hand. Well, based on the best we can count, the Saturday night thing has carried. Now, if you want to do this over, we'll do it over. I know it was kind of confused there. Is there any objection to Saturday night, 7 o'clock?
Of course, what we'll do is get communications out to all of you, to all of the locals in the districts, about the time and the place of the meeting. We'll handle that out of our office, so you don't have to worry about it. Sir? All right, tell them where the meeting is.
The second district will be in Winona. Right. The fourth district is here in Jackson. The Amalgamated Clothing Workers Hall. You know where it's at? Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, of course, that would be up to the people now. This was talked about, and I might add that several years ago when we had the special election, when Griffin was elected, we held several meetings in Macomb. Now, there is a problem in Macomb. As far as Macomb, I don't think we have any union halls there. Well, of course, anywhere you meet is going to be inconvenient to somebody. Now, we really don't care ourselves because what we're interested in is getting the job done. Well, we certainly want to, as I say, we want to cooperate in any way we can. This was just a suggestion, and we'll be willing to do it any way that, that would be the most convenient to everybody. So maybe we ought to just let this simmer a little bit and see if we can't come up with some other suggestion. What do you think, Paul?
We ought to call a caucus of the fourth delegates again, because I don't think we have them all here now, about this question. We've talked about this. Macomb is actually the central area of the district. Several years ago, we held a meeting there, and we did get the attendance that we got at a meeting that we held in Jackson. That was one of the reasons for suggesting the meeting be held in Jackson. Now, if the Jackson people
Yeah, we'll have to work that out. I figured that. I didn't think people naturally would.
Will delegates please take their seats? the Sergeant at Arms please advise our escort committee we are ready for our next speaker? Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged this afternoon to have with us the number third man in our state government. Now, some of you may not be aware of the fact that the pro tem of the Senate, next to the lieutenant governor, is the next man in line in the event something happens to the governor and the lieutenant governor. I just threw that out for information. A lot of people not aware of this. The gentleman that we have present with us this afternoon is from DeSoto County, North Mississippi. He is now serving, I believe, his second term. Is this correct, Senator? Third. I stand corrected, his third term in the Senate of Mississippi. He was just recently elected by his colleagues as pro tem of the Senate. And as pro tem of the Senate, he has many and sundry duties. One of his primary duties, as I view it, is to see that the business of that House is properly conducted. And having presided over a number of conventions, I realize the problems this man faces from time to time. In addition to being responsible to see that the bills are properly reported and things move properly, in the absence of the lieutenant governor, he also presides over the Senate. So he is a very important individual, and we are very fortunate to have him with us this afternoon. And with those few remarks, it's my great pleasure to introduce to you the Honorable B.G. Perry, Senator from DeSoto and Marshall counties, I believe it is now. Fayette, I stand corrected again. They put another county in there. Senator, we're glad to have you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramsey. It is a real pleasure for me to be here today. I'm no stranger, really, to your circles. My father is a retired AFL-CIO member, Bridge and Builders Union for the Illinois Central Railroad. My brother with the Firemen's Union. They worked out of the Johnson Yards in Memphis. And of course, as the speaker last evening told us, I am a member of the American Bar. Closed. That's right. All right, sir. It is indeed a pleasure to be here. The topic that I've chosen today to share with you for just a few moments is one that I think concerns all of us. Each and every day we hear politicians and service club representatives talk about moving the state forward, further industrialization of the state of Mississippi. And what I want to talk to you about today is this. That dream cannot become a reality until Mississippi decides that it wants to equip its citizens with the necessary skills to assume the roles of building a better industrialized tomorrow for our state. The peculiar problem to which I would like to address our remarks today exists in varying degrees from my area in North Mississippi all the way to the Gulf Coast. I consider the problem a pressing problem, and I'm here today to solicit your help in the alleviation of the circumstances which surround the problem. Our nation has already incurred the consequences of the problem of too many PhDs. Only recently you saw the statistics in Washington, and they were so clear to all of us that many, many people, particularly those people who held high degrees, are unemployed, are underemployed. Holders of jobs of significance, by significance I mean jobs where high ratings of skills are to be used and must be attained before the effective work of this office is accomplished, are becoming increasingly important here. I believe that we will continue to feel the ramifications of this problem until labor, business, and the education communities decide that they want to solve the problem. I further believe that the most workable, practical solution may be achieved by the combined forces where labor, business, and education together accomplish the objectives which I hope to outline to you today. The problem to which we refer is that the technological advancements and the development of our state has brought about a picture in this decade where the people, our people, are underemployed, are either not employed at all for one reason or another, but the primary reason that they do not possess the skills with which to work in the labor market. Our public schools are structured to offer college preparatory training with little or no emphasis on vocational education. And we are fast approaching a saturation point of an overeducated population when compared with the requirements of our economy and the manner of living. Over the past few years, we have become affiliated with the college degree syndrome. This, to me, is most unfortunate, for I've always defined a successful man as one who uses his talents to the fullest, regardless of how great or how little these talents may be. The problem which faces us at present seems to be how do we fit the right person into the right slot, not how we can get everyone into the graduate school. I firmly believe that the first purpose of public education is to foster the individual fulfillment of every child and to nurture the free, rational, responsible men and women without whom our society cannot exist. The concern of our public schools with college preparatory education has fostered an injustice to a degree with respect to those persons who have no desire to attend college and who, for one reason or another, are precluded from attending college. Our public schools, at presently structured, do not provide these persons with an opportunity to achieve training in a craft or trade which will help to ensure their individual personal development and their ability to achieve a comfortable standard of living. These persons become economically disadvantaged individuals because, at best, they are underemployed or cannot seek employment at all. Mississippi is no exception to this national problem. We have our share of underemployed and unemployed. Mississippi, however, from 1950 to 1968, registered the largest percentage growth in employees of non-agricultural payrolls of any of the Deep South states. Mississippi, for the same time period, also registered the second largest percentage growth in weekly wage increases of any Deep South state, again surpassing the national average. However, figures yet indicate that we have an inordinately small number of persons engaged in skilled trades or employed as skilled labor. This situation deserves to deter the economic growth of the state due to the low personal income and lack of skilled labor available for industry desiring to locate within the borders of Mississippi. To return to the problem, how do we fit the right person into the right slot? I firmly believe that our system of education must be altered to include a stronger program of vocational education to prepare people for the professions, the laboring professions. Eric Hoffer, longshoreman philosopher, who admittedly is a rather controversial person, says this: the imparting of skills, any sort of skills, make them good carpenters, good masons, make them good bricklayers, and make them learn a skill and teach them another. A skill, you know, has magical powers. A skill has an appetite, demands to be used. Once you have a skill, you are absolutely energized. In other words, you can move forward within that profession. I believe that labor stands to benefit from the system of a stronger vocational training program. Labor depends upon education to produce young men and women capable of meeting the demands of our free enterprise system and capable of performing the task required for the production of products and services for our economy. A skilled workforce with a higher standard of living, of course, creates a more prosperous environment and a more prosperous state. I hope that you will pardon the quotation of statistics, but I feel that I must use these statistics to press the point, which I'm sure is so obvious to you, but I want to substantiate what you already feel. The Department of Labor indicates that there will be approximately 20 million new employment opportunities opening by 1980, and that 74% of these will require some type of vocational training, and that only 26% will require the type of training at the college academic level. A further look at these figures indicates that the areas of clerical, sales, and service employment each register gains in excess of 30% by 1980, and that jobs requiring no training will decline by 15% by the same 1980. The United States Office of Education estimates that in the previous decade, that of those persons who entered the 5th grade each year, only 20% graduated from college, 20% dropped out of the college level, 32% finished high school but did not enter college, and 28% did not complete a high school education. Thus, 60 out of every 100 persons entering the 5th grade did not attend college and entered the job market with less than an adequate preparation. The United States Office of Education further states that in the time period from 1967 to 1969, approximately 23% of the high school students in the nation were enrolled in some form of vocational training. That by 1975, the number will increase to 39%. You will remember, however, that the Labor Department has stated that by 1980, 74% of the labor force will have to have some form of vocational training. This leaves 35% unaccounted for. I shall attempt to outline the problem which we have and to outline some suggestions which I have for us. Mississippi has already realized to some extent what has happened in this area. the potential that a vigorous vocational education program could offer the people of our state and develop its economic status. The task for us at present is to grasp the material which exists to determine our needs and then to make the optimum use of existing material. And when we're talking about material, we're talking about people, about individuals, to make the best use of each and every person's potential. I would suggest to you that there are 4 areas in which the AFL-CIO can join with the leaders of this state in bringing about the better vocational program. The first thing we need is that the secondary schools, the high schools of our state, in these schools we must increase and strengthen the program of vocational education in each of them. Only 7% of our public secondary schools offer programs in vocational training. Just think of it, 7%. These are last year's statistics, by the way. This situation is a tragic situation. However, by 1973, these vocational schools will offer a combined total course load of 318 courses, designed to train individuals in vocations which represent an encouraging increase of 56%. In 1969, there were approximately 160,000 students enrolled in the secondary schools of Mississippi. Approximately 35% were receiving some form of vocational training. This particular statistic is also encouraging, but I might remind you that in 1980, you've got to have 74% if you're going to take care of the existing requirement, not 56%. In 1969, there were 16 public junior colleges in Mississippi, and each offered some form of vocational training. The total number of classes conducted at that time was 123, and approximately 1.3% of the total class offerings were in vocational education. The total number of students enrolled in the public junior colleges was 44,279. Of this amount, some 12% were receiving vocational training, and predominantly this was in the field of home economics and agriculture. Not to despair agriculture, but we just want to place in the proper perspective of what we're talking about here for technical and trade education. This figure of 10%, which is the category of technical training at that time, needs to be increased to meet the demand for skilled crafts and labor. I believe that these statistics sharply reveal the need for increased vocational training and offers to us a good incentive of moving forward with an accelerated program in this particular area. Secondly, I believe that the public junior colleges must be strengthened, just as we talked about in the common schools or the high schools. It must be strengthened because many people only reach this level of training at the junior college level. In 1970 to 1971, there were only 5 colleges and universities offering vocational training to teachers. In other words, to teach vocational training teachers. These teachers' education programs total 15 in number, but half of them were either home economics or agriculture oriented. In 1969, there were 104 graduates of all public and private colleges and universities in Mississippi who were prepared to teach industrial arts, in other words, 3.7%. 53 prepared to teach agriculture, or 1.8%, and 193 prepared to teach home economics, or 6.8%. Our institutions of higher learning are not equipped or prepared at present to graduate qualified personnel to teach vocational training courses. The physical facilities are available in the junior college. In 1971, the average per week use of a classroom at the college and university level was 21 hours. I might digress just a moment to say that at the present time, in a committee that I serve on, we are trying to take a survey as to exactly what the needs are in the public junior colleges and senior institutions. We have a lot of people that are trying to say to us we should pass $125 or so million program, a bond program, so that we can build more facilities. This, I thought, called for a study as to see whether we really need it or we should transfer the uses of some. And these are the statistics that point up this fact. I'll go back to this. In 1971, this is last year, the average per week use of the classroom at the colleges and university level was 21 hours. The average for the nation is 30 hours. In the junior college, the average was 16 hours, and still the national average is 30 hours. That means that certain buildings on many campuses are not being used to the maximum. And why can't we transfer these vocational training courses in there and save the cost of building more instruction facilities and save the taxpayers money? This is the point I want to raise, that it wouldn't cost any extra dollars in facilities to accommodate this. Our program of vocational teacher education needs to be expanded to ensure the proper preparation of those who are going to teach in this area. Third, our program of student counseling in high school should be expanded to acquaint each student with the job potential available to him without an undergraduate degree. We have in Mississippi and throughout the nation an expanded program of helping or advising students in high school to do those things which they best like and would be most productive in. And we find, and it's been found in this state, almost throughout the state, that the orientation program that's given to the student is in the area of college work. What should I take to prepare myself for a graduate degree, above the college degree, a postgraduate degree? And we find that they're not telling the people that they can have a worthwhile life in other areas just as well as these degree programs, which, as I've stated before, many of the degree people find themselves without jobs. This need is recognized by the Vocational Education Department of Education when it said, even though considerable progress has been made, one continuing need of vocational education is more and better group guidance. Too many of the students have a vocational choice without sufficient knowledge as to what the world of work is all about. This area is perhaps one of the most critical, we feel. And the fourth suggestion which I will place before you today is, as individuals and citizens, we, you and I, can contribute to increased vocational education opportunities at home by making our interests known to the local school authorities. Many school authorities don't understand exactly what it's all about. If you will permit me a personal reference, my father was in the, as I stated, the Bridge and Builders section of Johnson Yards for Illinois Central Railroad, and just after World War II, in the government programs, my father, who was not a college graduate, taught welding and other things at the local schools in the vocational program. This is what the local school authorities have gotten away from. It's the practical education, the practical aspects of even college work. Academics seems to rule the roost at the top of the ladder. These are my thoughts as to the method and manner in which our education system, as presently structured, may be emphasized and strengthened so as to provide for increased opportunities in vocational education. Our state is in need of such education programs to train our citizens in these crafts and trades, which will assist them to reach a higher standard of living and to embellish the economy. Mississippi, for one reason or another, is not our subject at this particular time. The AFL and CIO was instrumental during the 1960s in working toward the equality of all citizens of our nation. And I urge you to continue your interest and efforts toward a solution to the issues and the problems of the 1970s. I urge the AFL-CIO to work toward the economic development and empowerment of all citizens of our state so as to provide an opportunity for each to enjoy that comfortable standard of living which I have mentioned before. I urge the AFL-CIO to study the problem of vocational education and training and to work toward the establishment of such programs of education, training that will inure to the existence of skilled craftsmen and tradesmen which the economy of our state and nation so sorely need. I urge action by the AFL-CIO to assist in preventing the issues of the 70s from becoming the crisis of the 80s, and in the action foresee tremendous strides toward preventing such a crisis. I deeply appreciate the privilege and honor of speaking before you this afternoon, and again solicit your aid and encouragement in meeting the needs of our people through a program of vocational education, keeping in mind the words of Samuel Gompers, who remarked when asked, "What does labor want?" He said, "What does labor want? We want more schoolhouses and less jails, more books and less arsenals, more learning and less vice, more leisure and less greed, more justice and less revenge. In fact, more of the opportunities to cultivate our better nature, to make manhood more noble, womanhood more beautiful, and childhood more happy and right." Thank you, and may God bless each of you.
Schedule. I know the Senate's in session and he needs to be back in the Capitol, but I've asked him to remain with us a few minutes longer because we have a resolution you have in your kits that I want to call up at this time because it deals in a fashion with the subject matter that he just discussed. And before I call up, and it's resolution number 3 if you want to dig it out of your kits. Before I call on the chairman of the committee to present that resolution, I want to let the senator know that we appreciate very much his remarks, and I am overjoyed over the fact that his views and our views seem to be pretty much the same on some things that need to be done. Or as our educational institutions are concerned, there's one thing that I failed to mention to you when I introduced him was that just a few weeks ago, you might have read in the newspaper, where work was stopped on the Carroll Garden Justice Building, just up the street, one of the new state office buildings, because one of the workmen discovered a truckload of Japanese pipe. Senator Perry happens to be a member of the building commission, and when he heard of this thing, he immediately moved to stop all work on this building to make sure that the pipe used in that building was American-made pipe and that all foreign-built products was removed because under the rules and the laws that the building commission had adopted, they were supposed to be using American-made pipe and materials. I just wanted to mention that as one of the things that the senator has done. I'd like to give him a round of applause for that. Now, I've asked him to sit for a minute to hear resolution number
3 read and reported to this convention and acted upon. At this time, I'll call on Brother Thomas. Are you going to present it? Brother Thomas, the chairman of that committee, to present resolution number 3. You got a copy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegates, will you please get out resolution number 3, subject public education. Whereas organized labor has long been a staunch supporter of public education. As a matter of fact, organized labor led the way in helping establish public education in this country. A free system of public schools is the only way the sons and daughters of working people will be able to secure an adequate education. And whereas, while we recognize the importance of public education, we also recognize the fact that there is much room for improvement within the system. For instance, less than 20% of high school graduates continue to secure a college education. Yet the curriculum in most of our schools continue to be orientated toward a college education. And whereas many college graduates are walking the streets today looking for employment and unable to find a job because no job openings are available in the field in which they are trained. At the same time, there continues to be a shortage of skilled workmen in the various skilled trades. And whereas Mississippi has done a commendable job in developing its vocational and technical educational program, at the same time, there seems to be room for improvement within this program. Mississippi continues to be plagued with a large dropout figure from the school system, and these dropouts usually leave school without any training or skills whatsoever. In addition to the dropout problem, no serious effort is being made in many areas of the state to develop bona fide apprenticeship programs whereby these youngsters can learn the skills of a bona fide trade. And whereas most of our schools operate on a 9-month basis today, leaving the buildings and equipment idle for 3 months each year, obviously this system was adequate years ago when our state was largely dependent upon agriculture and the children were needed on the farm. Such is not the case today, since our state is much more industrialized and most farms are now highly mechanized. In recent years, the general public has become reluctant to pass bond issues to build new schools, and it appears this opposition is on the increase. It would seem logical that our school boards and other officials should give serious thought to more fully utilizing existing buildings and equipment of our school systems. Now therefore be it resolved that the 6th biennial convention of the Mississippi AFL-CIO, assembled in Jackson on March 20th through 22nd, 1972, does go on record as recommending that our school boards and other responsible people give serious consideration to the following changes and improvements in our public school system. Number 1, that a system of career education be devised whereby certain rudiments of vocational and technical education be instituted at a lower grade. We would suggest the 5th or 6th grade as a logical starting point. Such a change should not hamper the college prospect, but it would certainly improve the lot of the child who does not go to college. Number 2, that a sincere effort be made to establish bona fide apprenticeship programs in cooperation with the U.S. Department of Labor and organized labor throughout the state. These programs could be properly tied in with the vocational educational programs, as well as a number of existing adult manpower and training programs. Number 3, that our school officials and other responsible parties be called upon to devise a system whereby our school plants and equipment would be used 12 months during each year. Be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be made available to the State Superintendent of Education and all members of the Mississippi Legislature. The committee has concurred with this resolution. Mr. Chairman, I motion that this resolution be adopted.
You've heard the committee's report, the motion to adopt resolution number 3. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of adoption of resolution number 3 signify it by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Thank you very much, Senator. We just wanted you to hear that, have a copy of that before you left. Appreciate it. It was a vote we got together, but stay with us, because I know what type of schedule you're on. We've got a problem the delegates need to be apprised of. After getting a partial report from the Elections Committee, we have a problem that we find that 2 vice presidents from the same central body area has been elected by these delegates. There's several ways to solve the solution, and I am going to make a recommendation to you at this time before we hear from the Election Committee that our Constitution and Bylaws Committee at this point retire and meet with the Elections Committee, find out what that problem is, and bring back to this convention a report and a recommendation as to how to solve the problem. Brother Schaefer, you are chairman of that committee. Would you like for me to call out the names of the committee for you? The Constitution and Bylaws Committee, Brother Jack Schaefer, chairman. Miss Linda Hawks, Mary Nell Whips, Floyd, wait a minute, I'm on the wrong committee. That's the Restoration. Constitution and Bylaws, C. Schaefer, chairman. L.D. Clark, James Lawrence, Truett Butler, E.V. Edwards, Arthur Condia, Charlie Horn, Mary Stapleton, Sarah Chestnut, Mary Lee Tucker, and M.M. Curry. I believe is Brother Mosley here, N.C. Mosley? I think I put Brother Curry in his place. Bob Woodson, right, Bob Woodson also, Bob Woodson. With those people, Paula B. Let me ask you, Jack, do you think I need to be with you? Do you think I need to go back there with you? You think I'm needed? All right, at this point then, I'm going to turn the chair over to Brother Knight and let him preside, and he will in turn call on the... Yes. Where's it going to be, Paula B? They're in Paula B, the election committee is, aren't they? They're still there? All right, let's elect the election committee and the Constitution and Bylaws Committee meet in Parlor B right now. All right, Brother Knight says he thinks he needs to be with us, so I'm going to ask Brother Taylor, one of our vice presidents, to come up and preside while we meet with the committee. Where's Brother Taylor? Where you at, Brother Taylor?
Will you come to order, please? Brother J.W. Rainey, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Legislation, will come forward now with resolution, I believe, number 4.
Well, already with resolution number 4, governor succession. Whereas Mississippi's Constitution prohibits a governor from succeeding himself in office. This limitation means that anyone elected to this position has only 4 years in which to implement his program, and certainly places a handicap upon that person if he or she should have a long-range progressive program in mind. And whereas it appears this limitation is unjust and that the Constitution should be amended whereby a governor should be allowed to run for a second term, or in effect be allowed to succeed himself if the voters so desired. We recognize that this is a highly doubtful and any recent governor would have been re-elected to the office, but we also recognize that there is always a possibility a person may win election who would be looked upon with great favor by a majority of the people of this state. And whereas the major argument against the governor being allowed to succeed himself is the fear of incumbent governor being able to develop an unbeatable machine during his first 4 years in office. We completely reject this argument as fallacious propaganda and is simply put forth by those people who may themselves aspire to the position. Our position is simply this: if we ever elect a man or woman as governor of this state who is worthy of consideration for election, or he or she should be allowed to run for re-election. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the 6th Biennial Convention of the Mississippi AFL-CIO assembled in Jackson on March 20th, 22nd, 1972,
Does go on record in favor of our Constitution being amended whereby an incumbent governor can succeed himself in office for his second term. The committee concurs in this resolution and moves its adoption.
You've heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? Yes. All that in favor of adopting resolution number 4, succession of the governorship, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? No. The ayes have it, and is so ordered. The next resolution will be number 7, Brother Rainey.
Resolution number 7 in your kit. No-fault auto insurance. Whereas the current situation involving automobile insurance is a national disgrace. Policyholders have no assurance from one day to another that his or her policy will not be canceled. And a correction now change that E to an A for matter, and a matter of great concern to members of this organization is the problem of collecting damages when an accident does occur. A policyholder has every reason to expect a prompt and expedient process of his or her claims when an accident occurs. And whereas studies of the insurance company's policies in settling claims reveal that it may take months and even years to bring about an equitable settlement. These studies further disclose that a large percent of the premium dollar goes to overhead expense and to attorney fees. Many lawyers are getting filthy rich on the existing system at the expense of the automobile owners. As a matter of fact, the current situation should be known as the Full Employment Act for certain attorneys. Many of these attorneys deliberately delay settlement in order to make a few extra bucks. In the meantime, people involved in a serious accident are forced to employ an attorney to collect their just claim. Many of them are denied proper medical care because of these unnecessary delays. And whereas several states have attempted to correct this abuse by enacting legislation known as no-fault automobile insurance, the state of Massachusetts is a notable example. After 6 months of experience under this law, premiums were reduced and claims were settled faster. Even so, there is still room for much improvement under the Massachusetts law. And whereas it is now obvious that there is an urgent need for a national no-fault automobile insurance law. Our experience with workmen's compensation insurance and unemployment insurance is ample proof that the states are unable or unwilling to protect the general public in the insurance field. Our experience in disasters such as Camille disclose the fact that the entire insurance industry should be brought under control by the federal government. Until and unless this is, and add a D on that, make it done, the American public will continue to be exploited by various segments of this industry. And whereas legislation has been introduced in the Congress to enact a national no-fault automobile insurance program, the bill S945 in the Senate and H.R. 1022 mark off the last 2 on that bill. It's one too many 2s. In the House are presently awaiting action by the Congress. A fact sheet dealing with this subject is in your convention kit. It is suggested that each delegate study this matter very carefully. Therefore it be resolved that the 6th Biennial Convention of the Mississippi AFL-CIO assembled in Jackson, Mississippi on March 22nd, 1972, does go on record in support of S945 and H.R. 1022, which will establish a national program of no-fault automobile insurance. And be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be made available to the members of our congressional delegation and that they request to work for passage of this important legislation. The committee concurs in this resolution and moves its adoption.
You've heard the motion. Do we have a second? All right. Any discussion? Not, are you ready for the question? All that in favor of the motion, let it be known by the usual voting sign by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition by no. Ayes have it, so ordered. All right, let us continue on with the resolution number 8 and number 9 by the chairman of the subcommittee on Coke, Dollar, Poteet.
I asked Mr. Thomas, our chairman, earlier if I would be out of order to say a few words before I started reading these resolutions. What I'm really doing is checking out to see if I'm just opening my mouth and words aren't coming out, or if you can hear me before I start reading the resolutions. Are words coming out? Louder? Thank you. Oh, I do want to tell all of you something, though. If you're ever on a committee or assigned to a committee, don't do like me and try to get off of it or out of it or on something else, because you'll end up like me up here now. Resolution number 8, National Sales Tax. Whereas during the past year, the Nixon administration has seen fit to give tax breaks to corporations, which is endangering the economic stability of the nation. These tax breaks have been given under the false assumption that these corporations will build new plants and modernize those already in existence. And whereas it is common knowledge that most plants are and have been operating at less than full capacity, instead of tax breaks to these companies, the vital need in the nation today is an economic policy that will assure full employment, which will, in turn, put these plants in full production. And whereas the Nixon administration is unable to balance the nation's budget because of these tax concessions to big business, and is now looking around for new sources of revenue, and whereas the latest of these gimmicks is being referred to by the press as the value-added tax, a careful study of this value-added tax discloses the fact that this is another attempt by this administration to perpetrate another fraud upon the American people. Simply stated, this so-called value tax is a blatant attempt to pass a national sales tax. This, in turn, will simply mean the American consumers will be called upon to make up the deficit created by the administration's grant of exorbitant tax concessions to the wealthy and to the giant corporations of this nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the 6th Biennial Convention of the Mississippi AFL-CIO, assembled in Jackson, Mississippi on March 20th, 21st, 22nd, 1972, does come on record in opposition to this so-called value-added tax, and be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be made available to the public and consumer groups throughout the state, and that they be requested to express their opposition to this attempt to pass a national sales tax, and be it finally resolved that copies of this resolution be mailed to each member of our congressional delegation, and that they be requested to oppose and work against the passage of any such measure. I make a motion that we adopt resolution number 8.
You've heard the motion to adopt number 8. Do we have a second? All right, we have a motion and second. Do we have any discussion? Not, are you ready for the question? All that, oh yes, sir.
We'd like to discuss this something because we feel this is the thing. I'm Billy Williams, president of the Mississippi Electric Workers Association. We feel that this value-added tax here, that they're going to try to hoodwink the whole nation on this. And we would like to signify our opposition to it as the committee has reported out. Go ahead, Bill.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, on
Yes,
this
sir,
particular
Brother Stanley.
resolution, I'd like to speak urging the people not only to pass this resolution, but to be keenly aware of the contents of what it says and what's before the American people. The corporate state is being run by Tricky Dick Nixon through his advisor Maurice Stans. This is a part of their gimmick. Now we got a lot of people sitting in this room who think that a sales tax is the fairest tax there is because all pay. But you don't pay according to your ability to pay. Value-added tax is a new sounding thing to you. What they're doing, they're adding the tax on at every time something is done to that piece of raw material from the time it starts. They're going to trick you into believing, and they've got some beautiful charts and diagrams to let you believe that manufacturers and processors and distributors and retailers are paying a part of the value-added tax. But when they finally get to the last person, and that's the consumer who buys that product, all of that tax has been added on, value-added tax. Every time something is done to that product to change the value of it from the time it was a raw material till you finally purchase it as some consumer item, you pay all of the tax. It's all added to you. Another gimmick of the administration to do this is they're going to tell you that they've got to have something to support the public schools. And they're going to try to sell this on you, and there's going to be a real propaganda job. It's now taking place. And I would urge you to be keenly concerned. You as leaders of thousands of Mississippians ought to be fully aware, read, learn everything you can about value-added tax, do an educational job with your people. Otherwise, they're going to be sucked in on this one because they are really doing a Madison Avenue job with the Nixon administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Stanley. Do we have any further discussion on resolution number 8? Are you ready for the question? All in favor of resolution number 8, adoption, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition by saying no. The ayes have it and it's so ordered. All right, Brother.
Which ones have you acted on? We're down to 9. I'm advised we're down to resolution number 9 now, and that Ms. Darla Petit will report that resolution. And what? All right, okay. All right, Darla, it's yours.
Resolution number 9, Cope. Whereas elected public officials make, administer, and enforce the laws of this state and nation, these laws vitally affect each of us as union members, citizens, and taxpayers. And whereas the attitude of elected officials toward organized labor is reflected in the conduct of the duties of their office, the performance of these officials directly affects the wages and working conditions of all union members, and in fact determines whether or not we preserve the gains made in the past and continue to make progress in the future. And whereas in recent years the labor movement has expanded and intensified its efforts with considerable success in the field of political education and political action. However, organized labor cannot afford to rest on its laurels until the words of the bumper sticker, "Nixon is through in '72," becomes a reality. Now therefore be it resolved that the 6th Biennial Convention of the Mississippi AFL-CIO, assembled in Jackson on March 20th, 21st, 22nd, 1972, takes note of and expresses its sincere appreciation to our Central Labor Councils, international union representatives, local union officers, and members for their wonderful cooperation and untiring efforts which made possible our success in last year's elections, and be it further resolved that the Mississippi labor movement embark immediately upon a program of political education and political action which will result in the election of at least one friendly congressman and help remove Nixon from the White House. And be it finally resolved that all local unions be requested to initiate Coke dollar drives and urge every member to give at least $2 for 72, and that copies of this resolution be sent to all affiliated local unions and the AFL-CIO Committee on Political Education. The committee concurs, and I make a motion that we accept resolution number 9, adopt resolution number 9.
You've heard the committee's report and the motion to adopt resolution number 9. Is there any discussion? Not. All in favor of the motion indicate it by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Number 10. Thank you. We'll now get resolution number 10.
Number 10 is the final resolution assigned to this committee. I believe it was 7 out of 13. Resolution number 10, labor education. Whereas being affiliated with the Mississippi AFL-CIO and seeing the need to better educate the officers and members of all local unions within the state of Mississippi on labor problems, and whereas for the past 2 years the local unions have been invited to attend an arbitration school at Louisiana Tech University for labor and management alike, and whereas this being a great distance from the local unions within the state of Mississippi, now therefore be it resolved that the executive committee and the president of the Mississippi AFL-CIO arrange for a school within the state for labor only, so that all local unions may have a chance to educate their officers and members on problems such as the grievance procedure and arbitration, and that labor attorneys teach this school who know the problem within local unions, and that this school be paid for by the registration fee for each one in attendance. The committee has concurred. I motion that this resolution be adopted.
You've heard the committee's report and the resolution and the motion to adopt resolution number 10. Is there any discussion? Before you vote on that, let me advise you that the state organization, prior to receiving this resolution, which I think is a good one and should be adopted, had already made arrangements with the officials at Mississippi State University for a week-long institute. At least we had reserved the facilities at that university for a labor institute during the fall of this year. So this will naturally fall right in line with what we had in mind. We might want to bring in a few things other than attorneys to teach arbitration and things like that, but certainly that subject will be on the agenda when and if we do get that program underway. Now, do we have any discussion? Not. All in favor of resolution number 10 indicated by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. I'm advised that this completes the report of this committee, that they'd like to be dismissed with the thanks of this convention. Is there a motion to that effect? We have a motion that the committee be dismissed with the thanks of the convention. Discussion? State your name, please, sir, for the record.
David Stovall, Local 384, Morris Point. Before this committee is dismissed, Mr. Chairman, I think there's one resolution need to be drawn up and adopted that hadn't been submitted to this convention. And that is a resolution to our United States Congress for the purpose of letting them know that we would like to see the Social Security age lowered for retirement purposes. And I would like that this be done, if possible, before the Resolution Committee was dismissed.
Well, this is not the Resolutions Committee. We still have yet to hear from the Resolutions Committee, Brother Stovall. And I'm sure that the committee would be happy to consider a resolution along this line. Do you have it prepared?
I do not.
You just have the subject in mind? Well, the next committee I'm about to call on would be the Resolutions Committee. And if you'll get you a piece of paper and jot down your thoughts on what you think we ought to act on in this respect, it wouldn't be necessary to submit it as a formal resolution. You could simply write it down and do it in the form of a motion if you'd like. This would save the committee going back into session. Now, if you would like for them to convene and help you write a resolution, we can do that, but it would save time to do it the other way.
That'd be fine.
Okay? All right, at this time, the chair is going to call on the chairman of the Resolutions Committee, Brother Billy Williams. They have resolutions number 5, number 11, number 12, and 13. I guess he's going to start with 5. Is that correct, Billy?
I know you people probably are getting tired by now, so we'll try to go through these things just as quickly as possible. I say I know you delegates are probably getting pretty worn out with this by now, so we'll try to go through these things just as quickly as possible for everyone's convenience. The first one will be read by Mr. Roy Tifton here. This is on resolution number 5, organizing the unorganized.
There has been an amendment to this resolution considered by the Resolutions Committee and approved by that committee. And well, I'll slow down and you'll notice when we get to that point. Resolution number 5, organizing the unorganized. Whereas organizing the unorganized workers of Mississippi continues to be a major part of the unfinished business of the AFL-CIO, many workers in this state still do not enjoy the benefits of a union contract. As in the past, these unorganized workers continue to pose a threat to the wages and working conditions of the organized. It is imperative that the members of our local unions continue to use their influence in their communities to bring organization to these unorganized workers, and whereas much progress has been made in recent years in organizing many unorganized plants in our state, and that a number of delegates are at this convention for the first time as a result of this progress, and whereas we believe much of the recent success in organizing can be attributed to the coordinated organizing campaign which has been conducted by the AFL-CIO Regional Office, and whereas much of this success can be attributed to the various international unions which have worked together and who have established the fact that they can work out jurisdictional problems as well as assist each other. The fact remains that a number of AFL-CIO international unions with proper jurisdiction in our state are not participating in this program. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the 6th Biennial Convention of the Mississippi AFL-CIO assembled in Jackson on March 20th through 22nd, 1972, does call upon all AFL-CIO international unions with proper jurisdiction in the state to participate in this organizing program, and that they intensify their efforts to bring organization to the unorganized workers of Mississippi. And we have an amendment here. All right, it reads as follows. to bring organization to the unorganized workers of Mississippi, and due to the fact that North Mississippi is experiencing an especially heavy influx of new industry and expansion programs, it is almost an emergency that a full-scale organizing campaign be put into motion in that particular area immediately. Be it further resolved that the various central labor unions, as well as the state AFL-CIO, pledge their cooperation in this effort. The committee has considered this resolution and the amendment, and it is the consensus of the committee that this resolution and the amendments thereto be adopted.
You've heard the committee's report and the recommendation to adopt resolution number 5 as amended by the committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Would you state your name and local for the record, please?
Purvis Collins, Local Union 1357. I'd just like to say that to the ones of you who are not from North Mississippi, you maybe don't realize what we're running into up there. In your shop locals, you have non-affiliated unions coming in trying to organize these plants. I won't state the names of these organizations because I don't want to give them any advertisement. We have the rat contractors up there that's running the building trades just about out of business. It's very important that a campaign be put on immediately, and not one that's forgot tomorrow, but one that will go in there and finish and organize North Mississippi as well as we're organizing the rest of the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Collins. Any further discussion?
Eddie McMahon, Local 230. Mr. Chairman, I don't see anything on here about this resolution being sent to our various internationals. I would like to make a motion, if I would have to do so, that this resolution also be sent to international unions.
All right. Brother William just advised me that he was going to make that recommendation, so I can assure you that it will be done, and I'll have to get the proper wording on the amendment from the committee and get it redrafted, and then we shall send that resolution to all international unions. I can assure you of that. All right, Brother Williams, you ready for another one? Wait, sorry. We have any further discussion? Not all in favor of the motion to adopt resolution number 5 signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Brother Williams.
The next resolution that we were going to consider is resolution number 11. If you'll please get that out of your gifts, that's on affiliation. God dog. Dang sure well. Does everybody have resolution number 11 now? And can you hear? Whereas the AFL-CIO at the recent convention held in Miami under matters dealing with internal structures and affairs of the Federation, and this is a quote, stressed the vital role of the state and local central bodies in the Federation and urged all affiliates to extend their support and cooperation. This was out of the American Federationists, December 71, page 2. Each AFL-CIO union was urged to conduct a thorough inventory of the affiliation status of its local unions with state and local bodies, with May the 1st, 1972, the target date for completion of the survey and a report to the Executive Council. And whereas past practices and policies of a voluntary nature have yet to produce any accountable change in affiliation with the state AFL-CIOs and local central bodies, therefore, we are compelled to view the latest
proposal with marked skepticism. We feel it is time for firm rules and action to be taken if we are ever to realize the potential of organized labor in all 50 states. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mississippi FFL-CIO go on record as requesting the Executive Council to take a firm stand on affiliation and resolve the problem. State and local central bodies cannot continue to operate on partial affiliations while having to bear the total cost and load for all matters involving unions in state and local affairs. The time has come for all internationals to become totally involved or not at all. And be it further resolved that affirmative action be taken by the Executive Council in order for all state and local central bodies to continue to operate and progress. We urge this as a positive step for advancing the welfare of all unions affiliated with the FFL-CIO. This was respectfully submitted by the Harrison County Central Labor Union, and I'll let you guess who wrote it. I read this thing, and it don't usually upset me because they had taken up most of the Federation book with this mock trial that Mr. Nixon put on down there. You could more or less call it a show. I think the next day when Jerry Lewis came on there, he was mad because they had the other comedian on before him. But when it got over to these actions that are taken yearly, year in and year out, and there's no real affirmative action taken out of them, I got to making a comparison, and actually I wasn't the only one. I'd like to read you a small article here that came out of the Kentucky Labor News, and it sums it up very well. You should have a copy of this in your kit. It says, a problem overlooked. To representatives of state and city councils of the FFL-CIO throughout the country, the convention at Belle Harbor, Florida was another disappointment. Many of us believed our greatest problems to be internal rather than external. The hypocrisies under which we operate provide us with a structural weakness in the FFL-CIO that we must face up to someday. We insist to the employer and to the public that the principle of a union shop is a good principle and a fair principle. We argue that those who ride in the buggy must help feed the mule. Without hesitation, we piously demand of the nation's most anti-labor employees that they must agree to collective bargaining agreements with a union security clause that requires all new employers in the bargaining unit to become members of the union in good standing and to remain union members for the life of the agreement. This sounds real good. Since unions are, by law, required to represent non-members at the contract table and at the grievance table, or lose their certification privileges under federal law, we must negotiate union shop agreements, and we have negotiated union shop agreements in 31 states to protect the union's bargaining strength with insurance against free riders who would take the blessings of trade unionism without sharing the financial burdens that make them possible. For 18 years, we have taken the floor at 8 AFL-CIO conventions and conferences to complain most bitterly of our double standards of the union shop. We protest that all of the 50 state federations and 900 city councils are operating open shop under the AFL-CIO charters. Unions waddle in and out of these branches of the AFL-CIO at their whim. Local union officers can manufacture all sorts of reasons to be mad at the state council or the local city councils as an excuse to use the per capita tax fees. A nickel a week for the Kentucky State Council for other items that may include the local union officers' expenses. While we consider that at least 60,000 AFL-CIO members in Kentucky belong to locals that free ride on the state AFL-CIO, we grasp the problem, and yet the legislative accomplishments of the state AFL-CIO benefit these members equally with those who pay the priceless sum of 5 cents a week. It is ironic that the state AFL-CIO has many times successfully fought the passage of so-called right-to-work laws that would prevent the firemen and oilers union from negotiating union shop contracts with employers. While the firemen and oilers union free ride for over 15 years on the back of the state AFL-CIO. State and city council leaders met for 2 days prior to the regular convention in Belle Harbor after hearing many planned stirring talks on the use of the union label and the value of union education. The paltry time allotted for the discussion of the real problem went through the agenda like a dose of salt. Our enemies continue to unite against us at the state and city levels throughout the country, while we ignore the devastating problem of preserving a union shop labor movement with open shop councils. The workman in the factory is paying dearly for this basic structural weakness in our own organizations. Just as free riders weaken a local union, a free riding local union weakens the state and city councils that are chartered to protect the worker. Sad as it is that we continue our two-faced hypocrisy on a trade union principle that should have been settled many years ago. And this came out of this Kentucky journal. That's why they referred to Kentucky so bad. But I can tell you some tales about Mississippi that'll make Kentucky look good. The Bureau of Labor Statistics in Atlanta, Georgia, is supposed to have all the information. They say we got 80,000 union members in Mississippi. And do you know how many we got affiliated? We got 33,242. That comes out of a total of 174 locals. Now, I don't think there's anybody sitting here today that wouldn't like to cut their per capita tax. If you adopt this resolution, and if they get up out of their seats in Miami and do anything about it, let me give you some figures here. At 20 cents per member per month, and that's what our per capita tax is, for 33,242 members, we generate in a year's time to save time $79,780.80. That is to operate the Mississippi AFL-CIO yearly. If we had, and we should have, 80,000 members affiliated, do you realize what you could do with 15 cents? Take the nickel back to your local or put it in your CLUs. You would have a total of $144,000. You could give all of your state officers a raise. You wouldn't have to depend on your internationals and your national AFL-CIO to kind of help us out. Take the 5 cents and put it in your CLUs and attend any labor school anywhere in the United States anytime you got ready. But yet we go along with our dual unionism in Mississippi as well as Kentucky as well as a hell of a lot of other states. Now, I come up here this morning to speak to you, and I want y'all to see I got a cigar. I'm not a plumber, but I am a trade unionist. And I hope that Mr. George Meany, and I'm sure he realizes the situation, will take some strong affirmative actions. We have some internationals that do and some that don't. But we need to let them know now that we all want this taken. I would like to make a motion, I have carried this through the committee, that you please adopt this resolution. Thank you.
You've heard the motion to adopt resolution number 11. Do we have any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, Eddie McMahon, Local 230. I'll wholeheartedly agree with the chairman of the committee. In fact, my local union was affiliated with the Mississippi AFL-CIO, and we dropped out some years ago prior to me becoming president of that local. And it took a hard fight to get the members to reaffiliate. But I'm thankful that they did see fit to reaffiliate, and as being a delegate here at this convention, I can see great progress that the Mississippi State AFL-CIO has made since the prior convention that I attended. And I'd just like to urge each and every member, a delegate here, to go back, and if you know a local union is not affiliated, to get on that local union and work them till they do get affiliated. Let's get organized and let's go forward.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other discussion? If not, will you permit the chairman to express himself for just a few minutes on the subject? I am very much in favor of the resolution. I don't think it's quite strong enough. We reproduced the editorial out of the Kentucky labor paper for your benefit to be distributed at this convention in order to advise you that this is not just a Mississippi problem, but as a matter of fact, it's a national problem. And I'm sure the delegates to this convention will be surprised and probably overjoyed to know that at the present time I am a member of a steering committee of state council officers in these United States, and we are in the process of setting up a national organization which primary objective is to deal with this problem. Brother Smith, the state coordinator of local central bodies, has done a good job in assisting us. But unfortunately, he doesn't have the staff, and he doesn't have the money to get the job done. And I can't take too much of your time in discussing the importance of this resolution, but I can tell you this: if we had all of the locals in this state affiliated today, we could turn this state upside down tomorrow. That's how simple it is. Now, we have this kind of a situation to deal with. You have two full-time officers, Tom Knight and myself. And just to be frank about it all, we have to spend too much of our valuable time in trying to meet with local unions that are free riding on this organization, trying to convince them that they should become affiliated and help pay the freight. And I've got to the point, frankly, and this is pretty well the feeling of the organizations throughout the state, the United States. We've about concluded that these local unions that are not affiliated with the state and local central bodies should be treated as scabs on the labor movement, and that they should not receive and should not expect any benefits from this organization. Now, I'm sure that the plumber at the top of the organization is going to get the message before much longer, because we will have a committee, I think, shortly, that will ask to meet with the executive council of the organization that sets the policy and the programs that we're expected to carry out. I'm happy to see Brother Smith arrive again, because he knows that I'm telling the truth. That every time the executive council of the FFL-CIO develops a new program, for implementation, that program usually winds up in the hands of the state organizations or in the hands of the local central bodies for implementation. And it's not fair, ladies and gentlemen, for the people that make the policy of this organization, many who sit on that council, who have members in this state and other states, to sit on their fannies and allow their own local unions to ride free on the rest of us. And it's about time something was done about it, and we're going to see if we can't kind of push them a little further. All right, do we have any other discussion on the resolution? For your information, the affiliation figure has increased a little bit since Brother Williams got his figures. That figure now is 34,400. That's what the figure is now. You have another resolution, Brother Williams.
You want me to vote on this?
Yes, by all means, we have to vote. By all means on this one. Are you ready for the vote? All in favor of the motion to adopt resolution number 11 signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Brother Williams.
I'd like to thank you all for voting for that motion. And this morning, President Ramsey, you gave Brother Smith a resolution to carry back to give to Mr. Meany. I don't think it'd be a bad idea if you took this one back with him. I say you gave Brother Stanton Smith a resolution this morning to carry back and give to George Meany. I don't think it'd be a bad idea to carry that one back to him. I hadn't got a cigar to send him, but I'll send him the resolution. Give it to him. You better empty them and take that one, or you won't. All of us won't have any pockets. We'll move on now to resolution number 12, which is one that the lady spoke very effectively on this morning: foreign imports and union labels. You'll all get that out of your kit, please. And we'll change this thing up here and have a person that's got a lot more on the ball than I have give this to you in a lot of ways. Miss Ruth White from ACWA.
Resolution number 12, foreign imports and union label. Whereas a constant growing share of the United States domestic market is being captured by companies importing many products from low-wage countries, and if the present trend of importing continue, many more American workers will be out of jobs. Many of the products were originally made by union members in this country, and many other union members are losing their jobs because the American consumer is buying foreign imports as well as non-union goods and services. And whereas working in several different groups have already been affected, such as people employed in the manufacturing of shoes, clothing, steel, electronic equipment, cars, and others. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the 6th Biennial Convention of the Mississippi FL-CIO does go on record in favor of the following items. Number 1, call upon the Congress of the United States to impose quotas on all products from foreign countries where heavy unemployment is occurring in the particular industry in the United States. Number 2, appeal to all American manufacturers to cease sending their work or products to made in foreign countries. Number 3, appeal to the general labor movement of the United States to buy American-made products as well as union-made products and service. Number 4, also try to educate the American consumer on the grave problem of facing the American worker and encourage all consumers to buy American-made products as well as union-made products and service. Be it finally resolved that copies of this resolution be sent to the necessary individuals and organizations to call attention to the serious problem. The committee concurs, and I make a motion that this resolution be adopted.
You've heard the resolution number 12, the committee's report on resolution number 12. Do we have any discussion on the motion to adopt? The subject, I think, has been thoroughly discussed at the convention. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion to adopt resolution number 12 indicate it by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Brother Williams?
We'll move on to resolution number 13. And we had a delegate from Columbus was going to get this and present it to you people, but he had to go, so I'll pinch it for him. This is in support of the Tennessee Tom Bigby Waterway Development Authority. It reads, whereas President Richard Nixon, along with Authority Chairman Louis B. Nunn, Governor of Kentucky, Chairman-elect George C. Wallace, Governor of Alabama, Governor John Bell Williams of Mississippi, and Governor Reuben Askew of Florida, traveled to Mobile, Alabama on May the 25th, 1971 to initiate construction on the Tennessee Tom Bigby Waterway, unveiled a plaque to be placed at the waterway's first site at Gainesville, Alabama, and whereas $6 million was appropriated for the fiscal year of 1972 and $12 million including in the presidential budget for 1973, thus bringing to fruition a long-cherished dream of almost 200 years, during which time the development of the waterways has been hindered by wars, depressions, world situations, and also by various selfish interest groups and fellow travelers. And whereas certain self-styled protectors of the environment through the Eastern-based Environmental Defense Fund and a handful of local preservationists from the academic community has secured a preliminary injunction against the beginning of the proposed Gainesville lock and dam. The plaintiffs having shot for a forum to their liking, choosing Washington, D.C., the case has been moved to the United States District Court for the Northern District of Mississippi because none of the lands, none of the witnesses, and few of the records of this project are located in Washington, D.C. For a full hearing on its merits, thereby allowing opportunity of the Department of Justice, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and attorneys for the Tennessee Tom Bigby Waterways and the Tom Bigby River Valley Water Management District to state the facts as to environmental impact. And whereas the environmentalists claim that a certain species of fish and some species of bird life could be endangered, this has not been proven. It is rather elementary to state that man is also a species and deserves consideration and priorities over and above the other creatures of this earth. And whereas we sincerely doubt the construction of the waterways would be an environmental hazard, but more likely it would bring environmental enhancement to the area, and whereas the economics of the waterways projects far outweigh any environmental consideration that could be hatched up. Qualified economists believe that the development of the waterways by 2020 could attract $2.6 billion in industrial expansion with an employment increase of 28,000 workers for a depressed area. For a payroll gain of $394 million. The initial work at Gainesville, an economically depressed area, would employ upwards to 500 people for immediate as well as long-range employment benefits. Whereas American inland waterways make up a network of more than 25,000 miles of rivers, canals, and streams. Each year, billions of tons of cargo move in barges on the rivers and canals, providing low-cost transportation for America's bulk commodities. To move 100 tons of cargo 1 mile on waterways costs 3 cents, by rail 15 cents, by truck 60 cents. Such savings can be passed on to the consumer. The billions of tons of cargo shipped each year create
created billions of man-hour employment in getting barges from one place to another and unloading at dock site. And whereas other benefits would include the development and increase the habitat for game, fish, flyways for ducks, geese, and other migratory waterfowl with the creation of the John Bell Williams Game Preserve to be water-fed by the Tennessee Tombigbee Waterway, as well as a lake in Columbus for recreation such as fishing, water skiing, swimming, and boating, areas for hunting, camping, and so forth. Whereas the construction of the Tennessee Tombigbee Waterway in general would have a favorable impact equal to or exceeding the development of the Tennessee Valley Authority, which has meant so much to the country. Therefore, be it resolved that the 6th Biennial Convention of the Mississippi AFL-CIO assembled in Jackson on March 20 through 22nd, 1972, does go on record enthusiastically and unreservingly in support of the development of the Tennessee Tombigbee Waterway in its entirety. And 2, we implore the federal court of the Northern District of Mississippi to dismiss this suit so an immediate start can be made on the construction of the lock and dam at Gainesville, Alabama. And 3, copies of this resolution be made available to the press and to members of the Mississippi Congressional Delegation. Respectfully submitted, Columbus Central Labor Union, Wayne Goodman, President. We move for adoption of this.
You've heard the motion to adopt resolution number 13. Is there any discussion? Brother Hannah? Would you please come up to the mic, please, sir? For the record, give us your name and local when you get there.
J.B. Hanna, Local 572 SEIU. I asked a question, has this already been named the John Bell Williams Waterways? If it can't be answered, I'm opposed to it being in there because I don't want anything else in the state of Mississippi as long as I live being named after John Bell Williams since he's made such a record as governor. I think we already have enough misnamed places. We actually should change the name of the Barnett Reservoir.
Point of order, please. I don't think anywhere in this resolution that it states that it is John Bell Williams Waterway. I believe you misinterpreted part of the resolution.
That's what I read.
Well, I don't think, Brother Hannah, to answer your question, that the resolution does imply that it will be named after our infamous governor. It simply mentions the fact that he met with the other governors on the project, I believe.
Pardon me. I've pointed out to you that says, with the creation of the John Bell Williams Game Preserve to be the waterway, or water fed by the Tennessee Tombigbee Waterways. It's in there. I'd like to see it struck out, please, sir.
Well, apparently you have reference to a whereas down in the resolution which refers to the creation of John Bell's Game Preserve to be water fed by the Tennessee Tombigbee Waterway. If you would like to offer an amendment to the motion to adopt resolution that the name of this preserve be changed to another appropriate name, I would entertain that motion. But I don't construe that to mean that this waterway will be called the John Bell Williams Waterway. And I can assure you of one thing, I share your thinking on the need to change the name of the Ross Barnett Reservoir. And we shall, I think, in the near future see that happen. Would the gentleman from West Point still like the floor?
Yes. Brother Chairman, Curtis Orman, I'm from the state body, but I am from the Columbus Central Labor Union, and I would love to talk concerning this resolution. First of all, if it did nothing but drop the transportation charges down on everything practically that we have to buy from other parts of the United States, as the resolution says, it would be well worth the whole price of the project. I will say this: we did not like any better than the other speaker having John Bell Williams and also George Wallace and maybe one or two names in there, but this is history. This is what happened, and I have it from pretty reliable sources that this game water-fed, wait a minute, let's get this straight. This is a game preserve. A game preserve. This is not the waterway. This is a game preserve that will be water-fed by the Tennessee Tom Bigby Waterway that is proposed to be named John Bell Williams, and if it's any way we can stop that, I'm all for it.
I think I have the solution. I think I have the solution for you if somebody would like to offer this amendment. We can strike the words, the John Bell Game Preserve, and it would read with the creation of a game preserve to be water-fed by the Tennessee Tom Bigby Waterway.
I'd like to offer that as an amendment.
You've heard the amendment. The resolution be amended to that effect. Any discussion on the amendment? Not all in favor of the amendment signify it by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Any further discussion on the resolution? If not, all in favor of resolution number 13 as amended, indicated by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered.
I think I'm going to stop them right here. Yeah, they got copies of this one. We have some other resolutions here that were submitted to us after the convention convened. I'd like to read you what it says in the Constitution about these amendments so that I can get your feeling on them, whether to even take up your time presenting them to you. It's in Section 6 on page 9. It says, a resolution for consideration of the convention may be submitted by an affiliated organization, by a duly accredited delegate, or by the executive committee, and shall be sent to the Secretary-Treasurer at least 30 days prior to the date for convening of the convention. And the Secretary-Treasurer shall cause copies to be prepared for the convenience of the delegates. No other resolution shall be in order for consideration by the convention unless by consent of 2/3 of the delegates present and voting. Now, on the next one that we have here, it was one that I think was left off of the executive board's recommendation. It's the one on savings bond. There has been copies made of this resolution and distributed around. I think you have it in your kits. It's resolution number 14. I would, though, like to show of hands if you want us to continue with on with these resolutions. We can't unless you vote
with the usual voting sign, yes or no. Could I see a show of hands on all yeses, please? All opposed? Okay, we'll go ahead to resolution number 14, and this is the one on support for U.S. Savings Bonds Program. And Brother Glenn Canfield will read this one for us.
Let me explain the situation to you. I thought Brother Williams explained it to you. Under the Constitution, an affiliated organization is expected to send into our office at least 30 days in advance of the convention any resolution they'd like to have considered by the convention. In the absence of that, if a person wants to introduce a resolution, then it has to meet the approval, I believe, of 2/3 of the delegates present at the convention before it's considered. That's what Brother Williams said. Therefore, you don't have copies of the resolution that he's about to read. Brother Beckham?
I'll just wait for you to finish. Go ahead.
All right, you got the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we follow our Constitution and bylaws. I move that we follow the Constitution and bylaws on resolutions.
And that no other resolutions be considered?
Right.
That's what it amounts to.
That's what it amounts to.
We have a second to that motion? We got into discussion on that motion.
What you got? I got 3.
Bob Fly for 303, Rubber Workers. I thought we adopted a set of rules to go by about 3 or 4 days ago. And those rules state specifically that if it wasn't done, that we wouldn't take up that business unless then. Why wasn't this discussed at that time? We had these resolutions. I don't know what the laws committee, the bylaws committee, I'm not familiar with your, this is my first convention because I don't know how you change the Constitution and what a resolution. The convention that I do, the resolutions do very little. When you want to change the Constitution, that's under the laws committee. We're now talking about the laws committee, not resolutions. It's two separate things in my book. The chairman might straighten me out in the state AFL-CIO, but the laws are a lot different from the resolution. It doesn't give anybody authority to do anything. But the Constitution that we operate on does say what we can do. Now, we're trying to amend the Constitution here, or are we trying to say we want to pass a resolution?
It was my intention, Brother Fly, to get the delegates' permission by a 2/3 majority voting. Yes, you know, if they wanted to continue with the resolutions that were presented to us at the convention by an affiliated organization.
Wow. I'd like to speak in favor of the man's motion that we abide by the Constitution that we have now.
Well,
because I want to call a division of the House. I didn't hear any vote. If that can be an order.
All right, let's make sure we understand what we're about to do now.
I mean, I don't understand because I didn't hear a vote, and then we were going to do something, and then we get up and make another motion, Mr.
Well, I thought that Brother Williams read the Constitution and made it clear what the situation was, that he's had presented to him about 3 resolutions for consideration by delegates to this convention that were not prepared and sent in by advance. Now, according to our Constitution, if those resolutions are to be considered by this convention, then we must have a 2/3 vote of this convention before they can be considered. This is what he actually said, and the motion was a few minutes ago that we abide by the Constitution, and I construed that motion to mean that we need a 2/3 vote before these resolutions are considered. Therefore, I'm going to ask all in favor of Brother Beckham's motion, which will in effect mean that we consider no more resolutions, to please stand. Will you please stand if you're in favor of that resolution? That motion not to consider any more resolutions.
I'd like to ask the Sergeant at Arms to please count the delegates that are standing. We want to make sure. Remember, it takes a 2/3 vote.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Where's the point of order?
The motion by Brother Beckham could be complied with by the 2/3 vote of the delegates.
Yes, well, that's what we're trying to do, is see if we got a 2/3 vote now.
The motion that he made was to go by the Constitution. Now, the Constitution gives me the right on these resolutions to consider them if I can get a 2/3 vote off the committee. And that's what I was seeking to do.
Oh, I see. I see your chairman stands corrected. Let's sit down again and we'll start all over again. Let me read the section to you again and see if Brother Beckham, if this is what you meant. Section 6 reads, resolutions for consideration of the convention may be submitted by an affiliated organization, by a duly accredited delegate, or by the executive committee, and shall be sent to the Secretary-Treasurer at least 30 days prior to the date for convening of the convention. And the Secretary-Treasurer shall cause copies to be prepared for the convenience of the delegates. Now, this is the important section. No other resolution shall be in order for consideration by the convention unless by consent of 2/3 of the delegates present and voting. In other words, if you want to consider these resolutions, we must do it by a 2/3 vote of those people. Is that what you wanted?
That is what my motion was, Mr. Chairman.
All right, the motion is that we'll find out if 2/3 of the delegates present want to consider any more resolutions. Those in favor of that motion, please stand.
Mr. Chairman, I think it would be, when you say any more resolutions, I am only speaking of the resolutions that were sent in after the deadline.
That's right.
But if you have other resolutions that were sent in before the deadline, then they should be considered.
Well, I construed that to mean your meaning, and of course you've just got through considering all of the resolutions that met the requirements of the Constitution. Now he's had presented to him 2 or 3 resolutions that in order to be considered, 2/3 of the delegates present must vote that they should be considered. That's what we're really about to vote on. Now, all in favor of considering these resolutions, please stand. That takes a 2/3 vote. That's to bring them on the floor now.
On this side.
All right. Everybody get them on that side? All right, that's 52. Now, those opposed, please stand.
Mr. Chairman, 48 on this side.
48 on that side. 51-48. Obviously, the motion to bring the resolution up has failed, and this will, I believe, complete the work of your committee. Would you like to have...
I'd like to notify these people that gave me these resolutions you can come pick them up and submit them to the next convention 30 days before it starts. And I'd also like to say it's pretty difficult each morning you get more resolutions, and it's pretty difficult to consider these things at the last minute. Mr. Chairman, I move that this committee be dismissed. We've completed our work.
Brother Williams moves that his committee be dismissed with the thanks of the convention. Any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signified by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Thank you very much, Brother Williams, and your committee. Now, I understand that the Rules Committee, not the Rules Committee, the Constitution and Bylaws Committee has met with the Elections Committee, and that the Vice Chairman of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee is now ready to make a report and to inform you on what the problem is and will propose a solution to the problem. Brother E.V. Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will you all get your constitutions? On page 10, section 3, I'd like to read that section. No two vice presidents shall come from the same central body, same central labor union, district, and not more than one vice president, nor more than two members at large of the executive board shall be members of the same national or international union. The election committee has presented to the Constitutional and Bylaws Committee a problem where two people have been elected, you might say, or selected by a method of elections from the same Central Labor Union jurisdiction. In considering the section as it is now written, we had quite a discussion on it, and the committee unanimously recommends to the election committee that the election be held in accordance with Section 3 of the Constitution as it now stands, without making any constitutional changes. So, to prevent such a problem from existing again, the committee unanimously recommends to the President that immediately after adjournment of this convention that he appoint a committee to go over the Constitution and recommend to the next convention changes whereby conflicts of this kind could be eliminated, and make other necessary change, recommend to the next convention where other necessary changes in the Constitution would possibly present conflicts and make the Constitution a more fluid, workable document. That is the
unanimous recommendation of your committee. Now, Mr. Stanton Smith from the National Office in Washington presided over this meeting of the committee, and I would like to turn the podium over to him at this time for an explanation and possible solution of our current problem. Mr. Smith.
Brother President, I don't know that I can add anything to what Brother Edwards has said. It seems to me he's made the situation quite clear to you. I might point out to you that the kind of restrictions that you have in Section 3 of Article 5 of your Constitution are not uncommon in other constitutions. However, the way that Section 3 is written in your Constitution, you have a double restriction, and I know of no way to apply those two restrictions fairly and equitably. There are conceivable situations in which the two could come into head-on conflict with each other. It happens to be my responsibility to review constitutional amendments when they come into President Meany's office for his approval, and our present practice is whenever a restriction of the kind set out in Section 3 is included in a Constitution, that there must be written into the Constitution the method by which it is to be applied. If the restriction is reasonable and the method for applying it is correct, then you would have an automatic solution of the situation that you're in here now. Let me explain, if I may, in an attempt to clarify your actual situation that you have, just what the results of the election have produced. You are electing 5 vice presidents. The Constitution says that not more than one of those 5 may come from the same Central Labor Union district. Now, there were 2 nominated from the Columbus district, and there were 2 nominated from the Jackson district. In the case of the Jackson district, both of the candidates received a majority of the votes cast. In the other case, one received a majority of the votes cast, and the other did not. Consequently, you have really only elected 4 of the 5, because one of the 2 from the Jackson district, the one with the fewer number of votes, could not be declared elected. The one with the greatest number of votes would be the one from the Jackson district who is elected. So that leaves a vacancy. The one candidate who was not elected from the Columbus district is not eligible to be elected, since someone has already been elected from that district. So that leaves you with only one candidate for the 5th place. Now, the convention may, if it wishes, after you have heard the report of the election committee, the convention may, if it wishes, elect that remaining candidate by acclamation. Or it may, if it wishes, reopen nominations by a majority vote, make additional nominations, and then have another election for that 5th spot among the vice presidents. Those are the choices that you have. If any of this is not clear, I would be glad to entertain questions, Claude.
I think the first thing we need is the report of the elections committee on who got what vote. Are they ready to report that information? Well, the report, then I guess the first action I should take, as the motion that was offered by Brother Edwards, and would you please state that motion again so everybody will clearly understand what you mean?
Mr. Chairman, the committee unanimously recommends that the President appoint a committee to review the Constitution prior to next year's convention and make constitutional recommendations of changes that would eliminate this kind of problem. And the committee is unanimous in this recommendation.
You've heard the motion. Any further discussion? Yes. Yes, it's in there. Yes, there's one on constitutions. Yes, sir, there's one in there. It's on the last page. Now, the motion, really what it amounts to is, and of course, I knew one of these days we'd run into this problem. We've got several different restrictions in the Constitution that, in my opinion, makes it a little bit difficult for us to do the proper job. And one of them is the fact that we are restricted by not having no more than 3 from any particular international union. We're restricted by not having more than 1 vice president from any central body area, and things of this kind. And I suspect this is what Brother Edwards has in mind when he wants me to set up a committee to review the Constitution and try to draft that document whereby we don't run into these kinds of conflicts again in the future. That's what you had in mind, was it not? Is there any discussion on the motion? Not all in favor of the motion signified by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, I think the proper thing to do now is to call on the chairman of the Elections Committee and let him call off the vote that the candidates received. Where is the chairman? Coming? Of the wood?
Mr. Chairman, fellow delegates, the following election committee wishes to make the following report. W.H. Wood, Chairman, Ann Gray, Wayne Lee, Ann Smith, L.J. Brown, Martha Alford, Virginia Orman. Some 24 hours ago, this committee started its work. It's regrettable that such as this has happened. For Vice President, here are the votes as tallied. Robert Fly, 9,753. Wyman Goodman, 9,470. James Jackson, 21,617. Jack Schaefer, 20,760. W.O. Stanley, 14,655. Marvin Taylor, 17,591. Russell Kelly, 18,018. For the board, Joe Davis, 19,617. Robert Denley, 5,511. E.M. Grantham, 21,890. Linda Hawks, 21,670. Earl Melton, 9,020. Doris Miller, 21,569. Colonel Mister, 14,350. Curtis Orman, 21,419. M.L. Perry, 9,628. R.L. Tucker, 20,798. Howard Underwood, 21,036. Herbert Williams, 18,444. Robert Woodson, 20,322. The following were high people, 10 out of 13. Joe Davis, E.M. Grantham, Linda Hawks, Doris Miller, Colonel Mister, Curtis Orman, R.L. Tucker, Harvey Underwood, Herbert Williams, Robert Woodson. According to the ruling by Brother Smith from the National Office, Robert Fly is the fifth man on our list. And according to his ruling, the members elected were James Jackson, Russell Kelly, Jack Schaefer, Marvin Taylor. Brother Chairman, this committee wishes to be excused.
All right, you've heard the committee's report and an explanation of the situation. And according to the committee's report, if I've got it correctly, let me see if I've checked them right. Bob Fly will be the fifth vice president. Brother Jack Jackson be one. Schaefer will be the third one. Taylor will be the fourth one. Kelly will be the fifth one. Is that correct? All right. Brother Fly did not receive a majority of the vote. And you do have a right to reopen the floor for nominations for that 5th spot. So I'm advised, if you so desire, or you can elect him by acclamation. However you want to do it. It's your business.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I make a motion that we elect Mr. Fye by acclamation, since this other delegate was not entitled to 2 vice presidents.
Okay. The motion is then that Mr. Fly be elected by acclamation of the convention as the 5th vice president. We have any discussion on that motion? Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Was it not a motion made to dismiss the other committee before that motion was made?
I don't believe there was. He said something about he'd like to be dismissed, but I didn't accept any motion because I didn't know what was going to happen next. They might still have some work to be done. Anyhow, the motion is that Brother Fly be elected by acclamation by the convention as the 5th vice president. That's the motion before the House, and it did receive a second. If you don't do this, then we'll have to open up the floor for nominations and have another election. Do we have any discussion now on the motion? If not, all in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. So ordered. Is the division of the House requested? Well, now the next order of business is the installation of officers. And let me say, before you leave, that we do appreciate the hard work of the Elections Committee. And I shall appoint a committee as instructed by the motion that you adopted to try to avoid these kinds of things in the future. Now, we still have to give the newly elected officers the obligation. The convention's not over, and we will still be under good and welfare after that happens. Now, I'd like to ask all of the newly elected officers to please come forward on this platform to receive the obligation of office. Let me call them out to you. Again, in case you didn't get it. Bob Fly, Brother Jackson, Brother Schaefer, Brother Taylor, and Brother Kelly. Who was that first? Dogs? Denley? Gosh. Who was that first one?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I would like to move you that this committee, election committee, be dismissed. We've had our share.
You didn't hear my remarks, Brother Woods, apparently.
I heard your remarks.
I expressed our appreciation for the work done by your committee, and I shall accept your motion to dismiss your committee with the thanks of this convention. Do we have any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? Thank you very much, Brother Wood. You had a real tough job, and we all realize it. All of the newly elected officers, please come forward. We have asked our retiring Vice President, Brother E.V. Edwards, to do the honor of installing the newly elected officers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to request that the elected president and secretary treasurer step forward, please. Raise your right hand and repeat after me, saying your name where I say mine. I, E.V. Edwards,
I, Claude Ramsey,
do hereby promise to faithfully perform the duties of the office to which I have been elected,
the office to which I have been elected,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
and to the benefit and honor of the Mississippi AFL-CIO,
to the benefit and honor of the Mississippi AFL-CIO.
and in the event of resignation or removal from office,
In the event of resignation or removal from office,
or at the expiration of my term,
or at the expiration of my term,
I promise to deliver to my successor
promise to deliver to my successor
all properties in my possession
all properties in my possession
belonging to this council.
belonging to this council.
I further promise to protect and defend
Further promise to protect and defend
the American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations during my term of office.
the American Federations, Congress and Industrial Organizations during my term in office.
Congratulations. Will the remaining members of the executive committee, that is the vice presidents and the newly elected board, please step forward. Would each of you raise your right hand and repeat after me, saying your name where I say mine. I, E.V. Edwards, do hereby promise to faithfully perform the duties of the office to which I have been elected to the best of my ability and to perform the benefit and to perform the benefit and honor of the Mississippi AFL-CIO. And in the event of resignation or removal from office, or at the expiration of my term, I promise to deliver to my successor all property in my possession belonging to this council. I further promise to protect and defend the American Federation of Labor and the Congress of Industrial Organization during my term of office. It becomes my duty at this time to declare you duly elected officers and executive board of the Mississippi AFL-CIO for the ensuing 2 years. And congratulations to each of you.
Question might arise, do we have a quorum left? But we do have one item left, the welfare of the council, and that's where if anybody's got anything on his mind he'd like to get off, this is the place to do it. I see Brother Perry headed for the phone. Mike?
This is M.L. Perry, President of Local 792 IUE. I noticed on the adoption of resolution number 11 that everyone here was not a nay vote against the affiliation of the state and local CLU. I know that it is members of the executive board elected that are not a member of the Jackson Central Labor Council. I mean, I would like for these people, if they're going to perform the duties of an executive board officer, to get in the Jackson Central Labor Union and take part according to this resolution number 11.
Okay. Brother Stanley.
Chairman, W.O. Stanley, delegate from Local 10511 CWA. I'd like to move that the executive board, newly elected executive board of the Mississippi AFL-CIO, at an early meeting, take a look at the last time the elected officers, full-time officers of this council, were granted any kind of increase in compensation, take into consideration the increase in cost of living, the financial situation of the council, and the added responsibility that's on the President and Secretary of Treasury of this council. And I would urge that this convention support this resolution as direction to the new executive board. Thank you.
We get a second of that motion? Any discussion? We have Mr. Smith still with us, I believe, don't we? We shall be meeting with Mr. Smith, and we shall be discussing that matter with him, I think. A lot will depend upon how much money we can continue to get from the national office. Any discussion on that motion? Not all in favor of the motion indicate it by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Is there any other business to come before this convention? Well, I'm going to get each one of you a change. Before I call upon the newly elected officers to have a word to say, I've had my say. You've heard enough out of me already. If there's not, then I'm going to start at this end with the newly elected executive board and ask them if they'd like to have a word to say to the convention before we adjourn sine die. Brother Orman?
Thank you, President Ramsey. I would just love to say that I really appreciate the confidence you bestowed in me by electing me to another term on the executive board. In the past 2 years, I have tried as hard as I know how to help the AFL-CIO in the state of Mississippi. I think maybe I might be able to help a little more this year, as my wife came to the convention, and each time I took off at night to try to help somebody with a problem, she often wondered whether it was business or not. But after last night, I'm sure she knows it's all business. Thank you.
Brother Woodson.
To President Ramsey, other board members and delegates and guests, it is indeed a pleasure, a privilege that you re-elected me to the board of the Mississippi AFL-CIO. As in the past, I will continue to devote my effort to promoting the constructive programs of this organization. Thank you.
Brother Knight.
If I may, before I thank you for your support, there's an important announcement I have to make. Somehow we misplaced a few of the names of the people that signed up for convention pictures. Now, unfortunately, we didn't know this before some of the people left. We find we've got a little more money than we have names. Please pass the word around. If you don't receive your picture in 3 weeks, write us a note. I'll see that you get the picture if I have to personally come and bring it to you. Now, I thank you very much for the wonderful support that I've had the years that I've tried to serve you. And certainly I feel good in that we have had the largest convention we've ever had. As I told you earlier, this come about because we've had a lot of people doing a lot of work. The group of people on this stage cannot do the job alone, and don't forget that. And all I ask of you is your continued support and cooperation as we continue to try to bring the labor movement in this state together for the good of everyone. Again, thank you from the bottom of my heart for the wonderful confidence that you've shown in me over and over again.
Brother Williams.
Mr. Chairman, fellow delegates, for the third time I want to thank you and express my appreciation for the tremendous vote you gave me. I thank all those who saw fit to vote for me, and I appreciate all those who saw fit to remain and cast their ballot. Again, I thank you.
Jackson.
At this late hour, I'm not going to burden the delegates that's left with a long speech. I appreciate your support. I'm beginning my fourth term. I'll do my best to do my best for you in the next 2 years.
Schaefer.
I wish I could be that brief. Just let me say that I do appreciate the support that you have given me. To me, it's an expression of gratitude for what I might have done in the past 2 years. And I regret the conflict that we incurred in this election. Had you elected Brother Stanley, you could not have elected a better man, I'll assure you of that. And I do recommend that something be done to eliminate any conflict such as this in the future. Thank you.
Bob Fly from 303 Natchez. And I've been going to convention for a long time, and I've heard one thing that I think has been very definite missed in this convention. I think Claude has changed it real well. I heard him mention just a little bit about the long hairs. But people, if we don't get in our plant, and people my age, we have lost about 30% of them to retirement. And those kids coming in and out don't know what the labor movement is. We're fortunate we don't have one person in our plant that does not belong to the union. Not one. We have 2 other small ones amalgamated with us. We don't have one that don't belong. But it's a selling job. We have got to get out of here. As Claude has told you, organize the unorganized, but now we have got to organize the organized. And I want to pledge my support to those people who saw me vote for me today. That saw that vote for me today, my support to the top officers to make the state of Mississippi, and I've always been proud of it. We started way back many years ago. You don't know this. But our Constitution, our bylaws said we had to have 4 blacks on our executive board. Mr. Landon Griffin come along, we could no longer practice that. I want to pledge my support. I want to thank those who voted for me. We're going to make Mississippi the greatest. I'm like Knock'em Out John. I'm so proud of Mississippi, I'm just bursting out all over. And I've been criticized all over this country from being from Mississippi, but I'm still proud. We're going to hold our head up just like our president's been doing for a number of years. Thank you. Thank you,
Brother Grantham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank each one who once again elected me to the executive board. And if I can be of any help, any of you in any way, please call me. Thank you.
Sister Hawks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, I wish to say thank you to each of you for your support in my election for my second term of this executive board. If I can be of any assistance to any of you, and when you're in my area, please feel free to call upon me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, London. Just let me say that we appreciate all that hard work you did during that last election. Brother Underwood.
I would just like to say that I thank you for, again, electing me as your representative to this executive board. And if any of you ever need my help, feel free to call Howard Underwood at Manatee, Mississippi.
My good friend Russell Kelly.
Thank you, Claude. I'm not going to bore you with a long speech. I'd like to, but appreciate your support.
I'm a worker, not a speech maker to start with, so I'm going to work for you in 2 years. Just 2 years. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you very much.
Brother Taylor. Mr. Chairman, I never have personally asked anybody to vote for me for no office I've ever held in the Carpenters Union or the Mississippi AFL-CIO. I have made myself available. I'm available now to help in any way I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Taylor. On your way, Brother Tucker.
To Brother Ramsey, to the delegates affiliated here and present here today, I want to thank you for supporting me in this election. And I pledge to the people that did support me that they'll have my full support, along with the executive board and officers of this organization. Thank you.
I'm Joe Davis, Local 1028, IBEW in Tupelo. I'd like to thank the people that saw fit to support me for this office. It's a new experience for me. I'm looking forward to it, and I'll do the best I can.
Thank you, Bill. Brother Mister.
Thank you, Brother Ramsey. I'm a new elected officer too, and I would like to thank the delegates to seeing fit to vote for me. And I will do everything within my power to fulfill my responsibility. Again, thank you.
I guess we saved the best for the last. Doris Miller.
Thank you, Claude. You're just about to hear the shortest speech of this convention. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Brother Edwards said he'd like to have a word to say before we adjourn.
Just a word.
You guys leave. You stay here.
Just a word. I want to thank you people for supporting me for 3 terms on the executive board and vice president of this organization. I think that I've been able to add a little bit to it. I've learned a lot. I am now retired after 38 years service with the telephone company. I live in Tupelo, Mississippi. I'm in the telephone directory there. Anytime I can be of any assistance to any of you, even though I'm retired, I'd be glad to help out anywhere at any time that I can be of assistance. Thank you.
Now, do we have anything else to come up before the convention before we adjourn? Let me say that I think that this has been the greatest, the best convention that we've had since I've been president of the organization. We've had a few problems here and there, but there's no question but that it's been the best attended, that the delegates have been most attentive, and I think we've accomplished a lot of progress, and I'm looking forward to making even more progress during the next 2 years. Thank all of you. The convention now stands adjourned. Sonny die. Now, we're going to meet with you guys. Let's see. We need to get where we can everybody.